Eagles. Eagles.
One and done. The Philadelphia Eagles have officially been eliminated from postseason contention by the San Francisco 49ers. They lose the football game today, 23-19, in a crazy game, in a wild second half, in a game that included a little bit of everything. And the Eagles fall to the depleted and injured San Francisco 49ers, and put it nowhere else other than that offense came back to bite them in the biggest moment of the year. Welcome into the JAKIB Postgame Show, everybody. The season obituary today. We will break it all down here on the Postgame Show. Big Sills, how you doing on the Postgame Show today, man? Eagles lose, are one and done, and have officially been eliminated from playoff contention.
One of the biggest disappointments in Philadelphia Eagle history. The playoffs had been set up for you guys to run the tables to get to at least the NFC Championship game. And from the self-inflicted wounds in the second half, with the play calling, I'm sick and tired of hearing it. Stop with the excuse machine. I mean, they shut the damn run game down in the second half. The guy was running the football absolutely awesome. They were doing a great job in running the ball. And then they start throwing these under-the-stick throws. You know, again, play calling, tell me if you're not watching that. And by the way, the execution of the players, AJ with a critical drop going across the middle of the field, he may still be running. If he catches that football, there were so many things in this football game that came back to bite them. I'll tell you something else. Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy, they had no right being in this ball game. They had no right being in this game. But you want to see what a skilled play caller is? You want to see what a skilled defensive-minded guy is when they're all working? And I'm not saying Vic's not, because Vic and that defense kept them in this game. You know what? At the end of the day, Zander, either your play caller's not very good or your football team on offense isn't. Pick one or both. I don't care. They weren't good enough. I heard John McMullen say this all week. Of all the defenses that were in the playoffs, he said that was the worst defense that was in the playoffs. If that's the case, that's the worst offense. And I said it to you and everyone else that would listen. You might just have the worst offense in the playoffs, and it reared its head.
No doubt about it. Reared its ugly head, and that included drops from your best players in football. Not only A.J. Brown, also Devontae Smith. A.J., I've been riding for you all year, brother. Every moment that Hurts gave you in this game, you sold. You didn't make play. Look,
bro, that pass across the middle.
The pass could have been a little better. You're paid to make plays, not hand-delivered the football. Everybody in the biggest moments, Sills, they just didn't make plays, man.
That guy threw a dime to A.J. Brown, and he dropped it. He threw a dime to him. Agreed. Hey, by the way, I'm going to come away with this going, did Hurts play poorly in this game? Absolutely not.
No, I didn't think so.
He did not play poorly in this football game. I think the players were put in situations that, again, led to losing football. Hey, Jake Elliott too, man. I mean, dude, you know, you kind of wobbled the team. I give it to you. You made those 2 critical field goals. I give him that. But, Zander, that San Francisco 49er team shouldn't have been on the field with you guys.
No, they shouldn't have. They're depleted everywhere, so they had injuries all over the place, dude. They had nobody left to play.
They had streetwalkers playing linebacker.
They had streetwalkers playing tight end, too, after George Kittle went down. I mean, they had nobody out there. The fact that they even were able to do that is you know what's craziest part, Sills, is that their defense is ultimately who came up big for them when all we talked about all week was how bad their defense was. I mean, that's what ultimately bit the Eagles. The 49ers defense showed up in the biggest moments of the game. And they were aided, by the way, by the Eagles' biggest playmakers, dropping balls, not making plays. I thought Saquon Barkley was great in the game. I mean, I know he got banged up a little bit, but you know, other than that one drop, which he just struggles to catch the ball out of the backfield, I thought he was great. The wide receivers really had a tough day.
And this is the worst coach football game in Nick Sirianni's era. Do you not agree?
Well, when you say that, what do you relate? Like, what do you refer to? Like, what are you saying about the coaching job?
His offense. That's his offense. How many times does he tell you that at pressers? This is my offense. How do you think the offense played as a unit? You're right, Zander. Watch this. Saquon played well. Jalen was okay. Did the unit play well in your opinion?
No.
Okay.
No.
This was the unit thing. That comes from the coordinator.
Normally, when this happened to this team and the defense got at the end of the game, it was, you could see why, right? There was way more plays for the opposing team. The Eagles had 72 plays to the 49ers, 58. I mean, they outplayed them. They had 50 less yards than them. They had more plays, 72 to 58 on plays. The yards per play is the difference. I mean, the 49ers had 6.2 yards per play. They had those huge explosive plays in the game, and that ultimately, gave them a big advantage.
Brock Purdy gave you 2 picks, and you scored 3 points off him?
I know.
Okay, you didn't cash in.
Brock Purdy did not play well.
He played well enough.
We played well enough to win, but it wasn't him the reason that they won. So, it's real quick. I mean, I know we're going to get into this, and we got a long time to talk about this, but the Eagle fan in me just goes right here. What's the fallout of this loss, dude? I mean, I know you. I think everybody's going to – real quick, though, I think you got to set expectation. And you're not going to win it all every year, but this is an egregious failure to lose to this team at home, in the Link, in Philly, versus a team that's completely depleted. You can't move the ball on offense. I mean, that 49er defense was the worst defense almost in the league coming into the playoffs. Certainly the worst defense in the playoffs. And the offense still puts up 19 points. I mean, what's the fallout of this? I'm looking at big. I mean, I don't know. I'm just going to say some names. It doesn't mean they're going anywhere. But Nick Sirianni's going to have questions. Kevin Patullo is going to have questions. A.J. Brown's going to have questions. Who are paying on the defense? Are you extending the quarterback Jalen Hurts? Saquon Barkley? All of these things I think are going to come into play real quick. And that's part of what happens when you get bounced in round 1.
How about approach a game when it comes to your passing game? When you needed it, it wasn't there. I mean, you know what? Last 2 years, it's been hanging out at 26 and 25. When you needed it, you didn't get it. And what we said going into this game, Barkley did his job, dude. The Philadelphia Eagle passing game didn't. Barkley did his job. I mean, what else? I mean, and Zander, I get it. Brock Purdy didn't play well. If Purdy's not on the field, they don't win. There's just not a. There's
I'll tell you what.
There's nobody else on the field.
He makes some big throws. He made some poor throws today. Those 2 picks are terrible.
He did,
but he makes some crazy. I mean, the layered throws that he makes over the middle of the field when he's on target, they really are impressive throws. I really didn't think he did enough to say, "Oh yeah, Brock just straight up beat you."
How about the Jennings pass to the end zone with McCaffrey too, and Kyle Shanahan having to scheme something up because the Eagles were playing so good in the front 7. You want to know what a coordinator looks like, Zander, when you're behind the 8 ball? That was it right there. That was a masterpiece by Kyle Shanahan.
You know what I noticed, Sills, in this game? I think we've noticed it all year, but hindsight's 20/20. Now you have the benefit of seeing the whole picture. This offense, I don't think they believed. It's one thing for fans and me and you to come up here, people in the chat to come up here and, have problems with the offense. We talked about them all year long. I don't think anybody on that offense really believed in the man next to them. You watch that defense, that's a unit. They play like a unit. They're coached like a unit. They're led like a unit. They operate like a unit. That offense, it's completely disjointed. It almost feels like it's every man for themselves out there. There's no cohesive nature to that I don't know if it's a leaderless offense. I don't know if there's no head of the snake. I don't know if it's lack of trust in the play caller or wherever it is, but that's just what it looks like to me. They don't look like they play like a cohesive football team. And by the way, that's the last time we'll ever see that offense together. So good riddance. We'll see who leads.
I doubt you'll see that play caller there too, because they're going to need a scapegoat.
Getting Kevin Patullo. Take that to the bank. Kevin Patullo will be fine.
Round of the playoffs is a disgrace. It's a disgrace, dude. You guys were talking about making it to Santa Clara. Now you're in Cancun, and you know what? You played one more game than the Jets. Put that in context.
I mean, no Nick Bosa, no Fred Warner, no George Kittle. Linebackers that were literally, some of them signed this week or elevated from the practice squad this week. Kendricks, who's hasn't played meaningful snaps in a long time, and the offense puts up 19 points. I mean, it's a crazy way to go out, but in a way, Sills, it's fitting. It's fitting for this team and the issues that they've had all year for your offense to get got like that in a game where it's not like the defense buckled.
No.
I mean, I didn't think they buckled.
No, I didn't either. I thought they played well. I'll tell you, But do we not agree? The offense played like they did all year. They never changed their identity. That's who they were all year.
You know what else? You know what else pissed me off? This is what really pisses me off. And I know people are going to say, well, that's who they've been. They're not going to change. Anybody who watched the playoff football that happened yesterday and earlier today would have known, their one thing they would have learned was, well, don't take your foot off the gas in the playoffs. Listen to this sequence. These are four plays in the second half. 2nd and 18, run the ball up the middle. 2nd and 12, run the ball up the middle. 2nd and 10, run the ball up the middle. 3rd and 13, run the ball up the middle. Dude, they almost don't even believe that they have what it takes to convert in high pressure moments. I mean, how are you in a playoff football where it's win or go home? You have 2nd and 10, and you're not going to try and go and make it easy on 3rd down?
Zander, here's the crazy thing. They had 2 turnovers.
I know.
You had none, and they beat you.
By the way, Nick's whole philosophy broke today. They won the turnover battle. 2-0. Lost the game.
I mean, how come I look at Kyle Shanahan, and like everyone will say, Brock was spotty in the football game, and I happen to agree with that a little bit here, but guess what? Kyle Shanahan had no problem going back and this guy attacking the middle of the field. He attacked the middle of the field the entire day with guys I never heard of. How come the Eagles don't do that? How are you not attacking those linebackers with A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith across the middle of the field, Zander?
All day. You know what else drives me crazy?
Like you said, they're fucking streetwalkers, and you're not attacking them?
And it drives me crazy because it's not that the team can't do it. In the final drive, before it got stalled up at the 20, they had a completion. Who saw it? To Devontae Smith, streaking across the middle of the field, boom, goes and picks up 15 yards. It's like they wait for the moments where their back's against the wall and they have no other choice but to run the most simple offensive concepts with some of the best receivers in the game and get them open, get them the ball, and let them go pick up yards. Now, I say best receivers in the game. I think people will argue me that after watching A.J. Brown today, unfortunately, and I think they would be right. But, man, what a collapse this is, Sills. What an absolute collapse. I'm you know what? I'm a little bit at a loss for words. I did not think that this was possible.
Now, do you look at this as more of a collapse than 23? I do. Because the more expectations on this team to go and win the Super Bowl this year.
We get a better team than 23.
Okay.
You get a better team than 23.
And more experience.
More experience.
Week-long experience.
Both in 23, they were coming off a Super Bowl appearance. In 25, they were coming off a Super Bowl victory.
With no clear-cut team in the playoffs to win it. Your experience did not play a factor today.
No, it didn't at all. I mean, not even a little bit.
As a matter of fact, where was the experience in the second half of the play calling when you were running the plays that you were talking about? Don't you think Kevin Patullo's lack of experience, of all the people that were on the field, whether they were in the booth or on the field, don't you think his lack of experience kind of reared its head with the play calling of running right up the middle?
Absolutely. He's going to be fired. Kevin Patullo will be fired this week.
Completely.
If he's not, I think it's going to be an unfortunate season next year as well.
Well, I'll tell you, and it's going to be interesting to see what you do with Goddard and what you do with AJ. Because remember, Goddard is not going to come back. Goddard's not coming back after taking a $4.5 million pay cut.
I mean, today maybe we're skewed in the heat of the moment, but it feels like AJ won't be back. Now, I'll say this though. Is it really a good move for this team to move A.J. Brown? I understand it wasn't a good season. I understand that there's a lot of baggage there. He didn't even play well down the stretch. If you're going to bark, dude, you got to make the plays when they come your way. But he's got this big contract. You're not going to be able to replace him. You can't use a first-round pick on a receiver, everybody. I know you want to. We got offensive line problems. We got corner we got to address. We got the other needs on the defensive side of the ball. You're not drafting a receiver with your first overall pick. I don't even think you're drafting a receiver in the second round. So is it really a good time to move on from A.J. Brown? I don't think so, but I think it could be possible because they don't like people who make noise like that.
Ask yourself this, okay, if you're going to go forward with A.J. Brown, what's your philosophy going to be moving into 2026 and how you want to move the sticks? Because if you're going to go the same style that you had today, what's the point? I'm trying to figure it out.
Change, dude.
Well, then what's the point of paying them?
The style's got to change. Well, no, exactly. I make an argument you're paying them.
That's what I'm
the style. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying here. It's like, again, that's what I'm saying here. Why are you going to continue to pay the guy if you're going to stick with the same style of play? Why not just go in the draft and get a rookie wide receiver and get a rookie contract and then move on, see if you can trade him and get a high-quality pick for some offensive linemen that you're going to need this coming season? I mean, bro, you're kind of in the middle here with what you want to do with him and, more importantly, how you want to use him. And
so what do you look at the defense today?
I didn't think they were poor.
They gave up 361 yards. The 49ers were 6 for 11 on third downs. The Eagles were 5 for 16. I told you guys coming into this game, third down was going to be key. They were 6 for 11, one of the best third down offenses in football.
The best.
Yeah, the best. Excuse me, the best third down offense. They did give up those chunk plays, man.
Explosion plays. They gave up that explosion play in the first quarter. They gave that explosion play up to put him down inside the red zone. That was a big explosion play. That was, hey, by the way, there were a few plays, man, but Reed Blankenship, wow, man. I mean, holy cow, guy. You got ran over one time, and you also got a little bit taken to the woodshed by guys I've never heard of. So, I mean, Q got beat a few times in this ball game.
He did. And he had 2 good picks, but he got beat.
He got beat, but he played well. There were a couple plays where he got beat. I thought Cooper played exceptionally well. I'll tell you the guy that I didn't see Zach Bond making plays across the middle of the field. Usually I see him making big plays. I didn't see him making any big plays. And I'll tell you too, where was Jalen Carter in the football game? I didn't see him really pushing the pocket.
I mean, he had the sack, but you're right. That defensive line did not. Me and you thought for sure that the defensive line, especially in the middle there, was going to push Purdy back and make his life difficult. You're right. I didn't see a whole lot of that. Listen to this, Sills. Now, I don't have every play in front of me, and I'm probably leaving out some explosive plays. DeMarcus Robinson in this game, he had 6 catches, 111 yards. His long was 61. Christian McCaffrey had 6 catches for 66 yards, 2 touchdowns. His long was a 29-yard game in the air. Kyle Juszczyk, 4 catches for 49 yards. His long was a 27-yard gain. Jawan Jennings had 1 catch for 45 yards. Obviously, the long there was 45 yards. That's 4 receivers who had explosive plays.
Plays plus 25.
Yep. Plus
that
25.
Is so anti-Vic Fangio defense. Kyle Shanahan got the better of Vic's secondary today.
Yep, he did. He absolutely did. With lesser players, much lesser players. I mean, you're talking Jawan Jennings.
When I thought Kittle went out, I thought they were done.
Me too.
I thought they were done.
Me too. No doubt. No doubt. I thought
they were using done. Bro, I still can't get on the other side of the football field that I can't believe your offense couldn't muster up more than 19 points against that defense.
I mean, the final drive.
Look, Purdy and Kyle Shanahan and McCaffrey, bro, that's a really good group of guys. And then you're going against Vic. Dude, that was the game. But the game that cost the Eagles was on the other side. Your offense puttering and stuttering in the second half. I thought they had a pretty decent first half, but I knew it, Zander, when it was close, it favored the Niners. When it was a close game, it favored San Francisco. And you didn't take advantage of those turnovers. Those turnovers were a non-factor in the game, actually. It only resulted in 3 points.
Only 3 points. Yep. Totally didn't take advantage of those. Those are 2 big plays by Quinyon Mitchell, too, to jump that one pass at the end.
And Zander, to your line all year long, the Philadelphia Eagles all year have not taken advantage of shitty defenses.
Yep.
And here's the grandest right here in a wild card game when you needed it the most.
No doubt about it, Sills. No doubt about it. Sills, what do you think the fallout, if any, is for Nick Sirianni today? Or what do you kind of see his offseason now looking like? Is it simply, hey, Nick, let's figure out if this is a philosophy we want to stick with? I don't think Nick Sirianni's getting fired. I mean, the guy won a Super Bowl last year. He's not going to get fired. But what's going to happen with Nick Sirianni? How do you see that playing out this summer?
It's clearly going to be on style of game, and it's going to be clearly on the next coordinator on how you're going to bring and who you want to bring in. I mean, If they stay with Kevin Patullo, Zander, they're going to go status quo. They're not going to do anything, and they're going to stick with what they're doing. The changes will come on personnel. We've left one name out of the mix here. Wonder what Howie Roseman thinks of this.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? Howie thinks he put a roster together that should be in the NFC Championship game. Do you not agree?
I think he's right.
And when you have an epic failure like that, Howie's not taking slings and arrows for this. The coaches are going to take the slings and arrows for this. Because you know what? You got a $200 million payroll, and you can't put more points up against the worst defense in the playoffs.
For those who don't know, it's the most expensive offense in the history of the National Football League. Not this year, not in the last 5 years, in the history of the league. Now, the cap goes up every year, so that's obvious why it's more expensive now. But to have this type of output is egregious, and somebody's going to have to answer for it. If you don't think it's going to be Nick, maybe you're right. And it's going to be big to know that, though, because last year they hired a coordinator to run what they wanted to run. If they're not going to run what they want to run this year, like that risk-averse, nothing prevent offense, as Philly 500 has called it, do they bring in a coordinator that has autonomy to run his offense? That's going to be a huge switch for this team if that's how they're approaching it.
No way. No way they do that. Like a Cliff Kingsbury coming in.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
All of a sudden changing something up and getting his own people in the building. Absolutely no way. This is going to be more on assistant coaches. This is going to be more on approach, and this is going to be some personnel. Do you really think Lane Johnson was – I don't think Fred was that awful. I mean, but then again, you're a backup guy. How much more would he have made a difference in the run game in the second half? I mean, I didn't think the line played that poorly. I didn't think they played that – right?
There's something about Lane's presence, but I agree with you.
I
didn't notice that as the that's what a spot in the game where that was a game-changing thing there. I didn't notice that in the game. I would agree with that. So, what do you think it is for Kevin Patullo? You think he's done?
Yeah, I do.
Well, real quick though, let me present both sides. And I will say, and I've already said in this opening, I think he's gonna be fired. I think he should be fired. All right, I don't like calling for people's jobs, but the fact of the matter is you're in professional football. You got to get the job done. I think he's going to be fired. There are many Eagle fans, even the quarterback himself, who have shed light consistently on the fact that you constantly have a new coordinator, a new voice in your ear, new offense, new system, new this, new terminology. It's constantly new. Is there any advantage to keeping Kevin Patullo, allowing them to establish some semblance of continuity, and seeing if you can improve on what you built this year?
Okay. Did Kevin Patullo make Jalen Hurts a better quarterback this year, in your opinion?
No.
Okay. Well, then do you believe that'll change next year?
No.
Then why would I bring him back?
I wouldn't.
I wouldn't either. I know you're going both sides here, but I mean, Zander, here, let's ask about the quarterback here for a second.
Yeah, I think that's a talking point as well.
Okay. How do you think he played on third down?
Well, not great. I mean, they were what, 5 for 16 on third downs? I mean, they haven't been a good.
Isn't that your money down?
Yeah, that's the money down.
Okay. That's the moving the sticks down. What was Brock Purdy on third down?
Well, the team was 6 for 11. I don't know what he was specifically, but yeah, they were 6 for 11.
Okay. Well, I can't think they ran the ball that much. I mean, I thought the Eagles did a great job at stopping the run, even though they did, I believe, get over 100 yards in the ball game. I think running the ball did San Francisco. But, yeah, man, I mean, no, actually, San Francisco had 75 yards rushing. I'll tell you this. San Francisco only had 75 yards rushing. Somebody won that game.
Well, what do you think of the quarterback right now? Because they're kind of in a mode here, Sills, where might be time to extend them.
Who's going to be
real quick though? People are going to say, "What the heck?" The way the Eagles do business, as you all know, is they stay ahead of contracts. So if Jalen Hurts is somebody they've identified as they want to be here for the next 5 years, the extension would come this summer. There's a $42 million hit on the cap next year. They're going to kick that out to the end. They're going to give him his cash up front, and they're going to reset the wheel. If they've identified that they don't know, then I think that changes it completely. I'm not saying one way or the other which way they're going. I don't know what you think of that.
I think they got to ask a question. I go, if you're going to hire a play caller, hire the play caller to help the quarterback get better.
Yep,
Stop hiring these play callers for Nick. These are all Nick guys. Nick's buddy here. I have control of the offense. Either hire somebody that's like a Joe Brady or somebody that can help him become a better player. Why would I extend a guy if you're not going to utilize the guy's skill? How many running attempts did he have in this ball game? Jalen Hurts have in this ball game? How many rushes did he run for in the ball game?
5 carries for 14 yards.
5 carries, dude, for 14 yards? They needed more out of that. They needed more to have the balance. Dude, in the first half, I thought I saw this. You correct me if I'm wrong. I thought I saw like 90-plus yards rushing, 90 yards plus throwing the ball. I thought there was some balance in the first half.
Yeah, there was.
They completely got away from that in the second half of the football game.
Yeah, I thought Hurts was going to have a really big game. I mean, he didn't. The final drive, it's tough for me to put on Jalen Hurts. I mean, I thought he made some big throws on that final drive. A.J. Brown's dropping passes. Devontae Smith's letting the ball clank off his hands. I mean, what do you want the quarterback to do when your star receivers have balls clanking off their hands? I mean, that's just not – you don't pay Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown $60 million collectively to have the ball clank off your hands on a fourth quarter drive in the playoffs. You just don't.
Think Jalen Hurts is a good bad weather game quarterback?
No, he struggles in bad weather. He always has. Yeah, he's a Houston kid, went
Philly.
to Alabama and Oklahoma. Yeah, he's always struggled. The numbers bear that out too. I don't have them in front of me, but they do bear that out.
In Philly, you're going to be not that great a bad weather quarterback. Okay? I mean, that's something to think about when you're game planning and when you're scheming and when you're putting a game plan together. Throwing the football for a guy who struggles in bad weather? I don't know. And every single time, I mean, you play in Philly. I guarantee you tonight, when you watch Drake May, he plays in Gillette. He plays in Foxborough. Brady was a master at playing in bad weather. Great quarterbacks. I mean, I don't know. And by the way, you're right. I'm not totally putting that on Jalen. I'm talking about the calls they had for him in bad weather. Run the freaking ball, dude. How many carries totally did they have in the game? They had 36 carries. That's not awful, dude. 36 carries, 140, almost 4 a carry. I mean, they needed more out of the quarterback. And how about this, Zander? Doesn't third down tell you situational play calling was a problem in the game because third down was so poor?
Yeah, absolutely.
You had no turnovers. And get this, no turnovers. You ran the ball for 140. The quarterback was pretty decent in the ball game. 20 of 35 is not terrible in the game in bad weather. You ran the ball with 36 attempts. What the hell happened? You were inefficient on third down.
That's true. The more I'm looking at this, the more it looks like it's boiled down to that third down success. You're right, Big Sills. Interesting point there. I also got to rip Sirianni here today. I mean, you have a Super Bowl window with a Super Bowl team, and obviously Nick has had a lot of success as a head coach, but it was very clear to everybody who had a brain, including 95% of the people in the chat, certainly including me and you, and certainly including most of the people I listen to talk about this team all year, that the offense just wasn't getting the job done. They weren't living up to what they needed to live up to. Not only did Nick act like it didn't exist, he acknowledged, said, oh, no, everything is good. He didn't change anything from his buddy coordinator that he chose to elevate, never took away play calling, never even really acknowledged that Kevin Petula was a problem. And now you get to the playoffs and you get burnt by a team that you have way more talent than. You are much better much better talent-wise on offense, way better talent-wise on defense. And you're bounced from the playoffs and won at home, Sills. At home. Nick Sirianni's the head of the snake. He needs to take accountability for that.
Let me ask you something. Did you think him running down the sidelines was appropriate in the moment when you don't want to lose your players to run down there? I'm not saying you don't confront a guy, because I thought he half-assed that catch too. I thought he should have dove for it.
Yeah.
Okay, I do. But do you think that was the right moment? Don't you have to be the bigger person to sit down there and have a calm conversation instead of getting in someone's face like that on the sideline?
I put that more on AJ.
Oh, I'm not telling you AJ's wrong. Not wrong. I'm telling you, as the head coach, you got to conduct yourself on the sidelines to make sure that you don't see panic.
Well, here's
Okay,
what I would
that
say.
was a moment where it looked unraveling.
Well, I agree with you from the macro, but you know, my favorite coach of all time is Nick Saban. You know how many times I watched him blow up on players, coaches, people on the sidelines? You got to have focus. You got to have this is playoff football.
And those
AJ's
are
walking off the
19-year-old
sideline
kids.
now. It wasn't about the drop.
There was 19-year-old kids. We're talking about a 30-year-old
That's
man
fair.
down there. Okay, that's not a 19-year-old guy.
That's fair. That's fair.
This
College
is
is
the
very
guy.
different.
Listen, Xander, I'm not telling you you're wrong about, hey, dude, you got to give better effort. That is on him. That's an effort. But don't you have to hold yourself on the sidelines as the leader of your football team? Hey, dude, I'm going to get that guy in the locker room and I'm going to address him. Hey, dude, you got to play harder. I get what he was saying. I get it. He's not wrong. Was that the moment, though, to do that? Because it surely didn't galvanize him.
Definitely didn't
He may have even lost the player.
Yeah.
And get this. Well, that's on AJ, too. Well, AJ's not the head football coach.
That's fair. It's a fair point by you. Fair perspective. I mean, I thought Nick was fine to rip into him because AJ was lacking focus there. You know, two plays he could have made a catch, and then he didn't get off the field, and Nick was trying to get the punt unit on.
I get it.
So he was worried about
got to be a leader. Someone's got to be a leader in that moment. Someone's got to be the leader. Dude,
do you
60
think,
minutes.
Do you think this offensive team all collectively felt like there was no leader ever?
Yes.
That's how they played.
Yes.
The defense played cohesive all year.
Yes. Yes.
And who do you put that on?
I put that on too many roosters in the hen house. You got too many people talking with all advice, talking to Jalen, risk averse, all this. I'll tell you what, when I watch Vic Fangio call a game, I don't see anybody in his face. I see Vic going like this. Dude, you know what kept you in this season? You're an 11-7 football team. You're an 11-7 team, dude.
And we're 7-7 since the end of September.
Okay. Since Liars Month, you're 500. Okay. I mean, Vic kept you in the season, dude. It was Vic Fangio. And your exceptional talent you have on that offense that wasn't utilized correctly. I'm sorry, dude. I mean, what a waste of talent on offense. That's got to be one of the greatest collections of offensive players in the National Football League. And it underachieved all year. And you know what? The 49er game put the cherry on top of the entire season. It just put it on top. This is what you were, dude. Get this. All the things when people said there was going to be a switch clicked in the postseason never happened. Your identity was formed in the regular season for 17 football games. Your defense, I thought your defense played with great energy. I thought they played with a scheming offensive coordinator, head coach, and Kyle Shanahan. That was so great watching Vic and Kyle go back and forth. You know what was really obnoxious to watch? Was Kevin Patullo and Nick running that offense into the ground.
It's a joke. I agree with your point about too many voices. I mean, you look at other teams, it's not a perfect science. Some teams, their coordinators, the head of the snake, or the leader of the offense. Like you look at the Bears last night. I think Caleb Williams is growing into a fine young player. Ben Johnson's the leader of that offense. On old school Brady-led teams, Brady was the leader. You look at Josh Allen. Josh Allen's everybody. So it's not a perfect science, but I think you're right. You got Nick. You got Kevin. You know, every time Kevin or someone speaks about Kevin, here's Nick Sirianni. Well, it's my offense he's running. And then Jalen. How much autonomy does Jalen have at the line? Nobody really knows. And I don't think the players know either, to be frank, which is a big problem. By the way, second half, Sills. First drive, 3 plays, punt. Second drive, 4 plays, punt. Then they had a 10-play drive, ended in a field goal. Next drive, 3 plays, punt. 8 plays, field goal, and then 10 plays, turnover on downs to end the game. 3 3-and-outs in the second half. Once again, Sills. 3
What was the longest drive in the amount of plays that they had in the ball game?
The longest drive they had was the 1694. Remember in the first half? That was a great drive.
Great drive. That was the drive. That was their best drive.
Yep. 16 plays, 94 yards. That's when they really marched down the field.
How many drives did they have after that were 5 plays or less?
1, 2, 3, 4.
How many drives did they have total?
Total in the game?
Yeah.
Total drives in the game, 10.
So 40% of your
40% of your drives, yep.
40% of your drives ended in 5 plays or less. Where are you going? Half your game, you're almost 3 and out.
It's unbelievable.
Where are you going? 40% of your offense was 3 and outs almost.
Man, we're Cancun bound, Sills. I didn't want to believe it was possible.
You're watching ball games with the Jets now.
Yep.
I mean, dude.
I guess the silver lining is we'll have a higher draft pick getting bounced this early.
How disappointed are you, Z?
I'm disappointed because, I don't think the Super Bowl window is shut, but I've been telling people this all year. Super Bowl windows historically in this game don't last that long. 5 years. 5 years. So if this was year 5 of this group. Now I'm not saying it's over. I don't think their window is shut. I think they're it's open still.
Whoa.
But
Lane, AJ, Goddard could potentially all be off that team, correct?
You think this Super Bowl window shut?
No. I'm asking you though. Those are pretty big players to replace. Don't you agree?
Yeah, huge.
Have we seen the last of Lane Johnson as a Philadelphia Eagle?
I'm getting that feeling.
Okay. I mean, right? How much I wonder how he looks at this and says, I believe in my roster. I need to get me some new coaches in here. I need to get some depth on the offensive line, and we're going to be fine. How do you think he looks at? Do you think he looks at it like that?
I don't see it like that.
I don't either. I'm asking how you. But I'll tell you what, he's not going to take a shit on his roster.
It felt to me like you could have literally assembled the all-star team that you're going to see in a couple weeks at the Pro Bowl games. Put them as the Eagles' offense, and they wouldn't have been much better.
Do you think the 49ers outplayed you today?
No, not really. I thought they made bigger plays and bigger pressure moments. Better on third down. Bigger when they needed to score
6 of 11.
Better in the fourth quarter.
Yep.
I thought when the pressure moments
better situationally.
Exactly right. I mean, the Eagles had more plays. They had 50 less yards. I mean, 49ers did outplay them, though. 6 of 11 on third down. They had 360 yards, 6.2 yards per play. I mean, that's huge for the.
You know who killed the Eagles today was that DeMarcus Robinson kid. He killed him. Killed him because you weren't really gaming him up to be a factor in the game. But hey, check this out too, Zander. This is something to take a look at in this ball game. Look how many different people that he went to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 guys in the ball game. And you had 4 guys. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4 guys in the ball game with 45 or more yards catching the football in that football game. How about the way Purdy also extended plays? Those 24 yards were pretty important for him to be able to move the sticks too. I got it, man. I mean, that was just a masterclass by Kyle Shanahan. What a job of play calling with limited players. You were the better roster. Get this. Do you agree with this line? You were the better roster, but not the better team today.
Yeah, I would agree with that. You know what I think it comes down to? We got outcoached.
Yeah.
The team was outcoached.
Yep.
The team got outcoached. And I don't say this to knock.
I think Robert Saleh did a great job.
Not to knock on Vic Fangio, because it's not to say that Vic didn't do a great job, but he got outcoached too. Kyle had a good game plan. He had the zone beaters dialed up. He didn't care who the name was. Yeah. DeMarcus Robinson. It didn't matter.
You named all the explosion plays. There were 4 of them.
Dude, Kyle Juszczyk had a 27-yard play through the air.
Yeah. Kyle knew where to go and where to attack that zone, and he was right on the cue with it. Dude, the linebackers were a non-factor. I didn't hear N'Kobe's name. I didn't hear Bond's name. I didn't hear any of those guys today.
I'm with you.
They didn't. I mean, Cooper and Q were the guys in the secondary keeping the thing close. They were the 2 guys making plays back there.
Man, I'd love to have Jeffrey Lurie on the show with some truth serum in him to hear what he'd have to say about this. But AJ Brown did not speak, declined to speak to the media, and he walked around the locker room to a bunch of teammates, hugged them, and bounced. That's what Jimmy Kempski just tweeted out.
We've seen the last of him.
Yeah, I think we've seen the last of A.J. Brown as a Philadelphia Eagle, and I might have to rescind my comment about the Super Bowl window being shut. Guys, I know a lot of people had problems with A.J. Brown this year, and look, maybe I vouched for him too much, but receivers like that don't come that easily.
No.
You're not going to just replace that guy that easily.
No.
And
you're not replacing him in the draft. Whew. Do you go get Pickens?
That's an interesting name. Pickens would hate playing here. He would hate playing here.
He would. You're right.
He would hate it.
You need more.
Like Pittsburgh.
No, you need a Puka Nacua kind of guy.
Remember how miserable he was in Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
With Justin Fields is
he would
be miserable here. We don't pass the ball enough.
I think you said something earlier in the year that was also a pretty damn good line. AJ has kind of polluted the offense and how people are going to look at that offense and free agency wanting to come here and play. And if AJ bounces, like you say, what wide receiver in the NFL would want to come here? I mean, if A.J. Brown doesn't want to play here, why would any other high-powered guy want to come? Now, you float winning at him, and winning has to matter, but do you think it really matters to Diva wideouts? I don't think so. I mean, bro, you got more questions and more big-time decisions to be made than any other time since I've covered your football team. You got a laundry list of things to go over this offseason here. A laundry list. Signings, extensions, who stays, who goes, the firing of a coordinator. Hey, all of that. Is Lane gone? Is Goddard back? Hey, Barkley getting banged up in that game. I thought Saquon was good, but you think a 29-year-old Saquon next year is going to be better?
Yeah, hard to envision.
About aging now in tire tread, all that, all those question marks. And most importantly, the one thing you've got to keep asking, 27th in passing last year, 25th in passing this year. Surely you've got to address getting that part of your team better, don't you think?
100%. 100%. Where does that come to? Is that strictly court? I mean, part of me thinks, I love Jalen Hurts, and he's obviously had a lot of success with Philly, but he's not really the quarterback that you're going to have, that you're going to create this amazing passing offense around. That's just not his game.
That's right.
That's not how been his game since forever. Since
remember,
college.
I never said this. Shady McCoy said this. He doesn't believe that they're going to extend him. Shady said that. Nobody on JAKIB said that. Shady McCoy said that. Did you see that soundbite? When Shady said it? Nobody here has said that.
Now, I do think there could be a coordinator that could accentuate his talents much better.
Would Nick give up that autonomy and power then to a guy that's going to run a different offense?
I don't think he's going to have a choice.
So you think he's back in the box again, in the sandbox with Jeffrey Lurie after this game?
One thing John McMullen told me a couple years ago when they fired Brian Johnson is Nick Sirianni might not be a better coach than Doug Peterson, but he's more savvy politically around the organization.
Correct.
He knows if I don't do this, I'm going to get fired. I'm going to do
right.
So
he's the modern day NFL coach.
Let's get to some super chats. See what the great people are saying. Look at Mark Holmes rubbing it in early.
Guys, do me a favor. Please hit the like button.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate everybody for being here, man. Unfortunately, the season has come to a screeching halt, and it is officially over. And as Mark Holmes puts it here, welcome to the offseason. Grab a beer and sit your butt down and shut the F up.
That's going to be an interesting on Wednesday. Battle Royale. I'll tell you that, boy. That'll be on Wednesday at 4:30, guys. So that'll be interesting.
No doubt about it.
Welcome to the offseason.
No doubt about it. Welcome to the offseason. Let's go to the top here. Let's go to our first super chat. $50 from Riot. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Fire this. I'm sure by the way, for anybody listening, if you don't like rated R, I would imagine the super chats are going to be somewhat rated R. Whatever you got to do to manage that. Fire this useless ass head coach and offensive coordinator. We're first round. We got plenty of time to find somebody and get rid of this below average, middle of the pack quarterback. Throws into triple coverage for the game, and he looked like complete ass all the second half. They're the choke squad.
What you need to do is have a common sense conversation here, everyone. You're not firing your quarterback and you're not firing your head football coach. 10 months ago, they just won the Super Bowl, or 11 months ago, they just won the Super Bowl. Relax yourselves. They're going to be looking for answers Because remember, that's not how they operate. Your quarterback doesn't have a trade. He has a no trade clause in his contract, and the head football coach is one of the greatest win percentages. You know what? Like I said, too, this is what you have. When you have a constant revolving door in play callers and your head football coach, how many times has Chris Long told you, when you don't have a play calling head football coach, you're going to have a conveyor belt of coordinators, and the Eagles are going to be in line for another one. How many times have I asked you, Zander, do you think Jalen Hurts will have another coordinator at the beginning of the year? Every year since Shane Steichen, every year he's had a new one, and he's going to have another one again. It's the way they do business, folks. What is the thing you tell me, Zander? Hey, you got to deal with it.
It's true. True. It makes it look bleak, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, because they're never going to give the control. Right. They're never going to give the control to a coordinator to come in here and take the reins and help Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, I agree. Walk L says, Angelo called this 2 weeks ago. How does Sirianni explain this?
By the way, he's on at 3:30 Monday.
Beautiful. Can't wait to hear what he says. He's going to rip into this team. JD3, this team is never as good as the record stated. I hope we draft a quarterback with a priority pick. 27 can't come fast enough to get away from Hurts and his style of offense.
Do we agree that the team was not as good as we thought it was?
Yes. Oh my gosh. That's 100%. That can't even be debated.
Could be an understatement, right?
That can't even be debated. That can't even be debated.
Because of what San Francisco threw at you today.
And they weren't that great.
If
San Francisco came in, though, and they played their best game, I'd say, all right, tip the cap. Good job. They didn't even play that well.
They played their poorest game.
They didn't play that good.
Turnovers.
2 turnovers. Brock Purdy was pedestrian in the game. Made some good throws, but also made some bad throws. Christian McCaffrey never really got going in the football game. I mean, really wasn't that great of a game. Now, the good game.
What happened? The other guys got going.
Well, you know what we've been saying all year? This is playing the Eagles offense is a get-right game for defenses. And that was a get-right game for that defense, which was not having a good run.
Holy cow. Now, let me ask you this. Because the Eagles lose, does that mean the Rams are hosting a playoff game?
No, the Rams will
go to Chicago?
Chicago.
Okay.
The Rams will go to Chicago. And the 49ers will go to Seattle.
Seattle. Okay. All right. Wow.
So that's the final 4 in the NFC. Rams and Chicago and Seahawks and 49ers.
Yep, that's right.
Man, that's egregious that we're left out of that group.
How are you not in that group? Wow.
Oh, man. It burns a little bit more.
What a disaster. This is do you agree? It's a disaster. Don't you agree?
It's a complete and utter disaster. That's putting it mildly. That's putting it mildly. Here's Alexander Harris. Like I said 2 weeks ago, no matter who we played in the first game, if the defense doesn't play a damn near perfect game, we're going to lose because this offense is dog shit, and I've been saying it all year. Yes, you have, brother. Yes, you have.
And really, everyone pretty much on this network has said that the offense has said it all year long, that this offense just has not been that good. It's just not been that good. And when we had those full goal games with the Raiders and the Giants, everyone was saying, hey, look, they're getting some momentum coming out. Then you saw what they did in Buffalo. Didn't that second half of Buffalo look that whole game like – didn't that second half of Buffalo looked a lot like the entire game today? When you say that's how they
the second half of Buffalo, they didn't complete a pass. I mean –
okay, well, how'd they do in the second half?
I can say that.
How'd they do in the second half in pass – I wonder in pass completions?
I don't know. I mean, Jalen didn't have a lot of yards in the game. He was 20 for 35, 168, and 1 touchdown. That's
Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, right.
That's what you're going to get.
Yeah, that's about where we stand.
Yeah.
Here's Riot. What's up, bro? Hey, John, how good is KP now? Tell John, tell me again how great he is. Tell me again how Nick had his guys focused and ready to execute. They're bums. I don't care how many wins he has. Fire both of them. Tell me about the EPA and how high it is.
The EPA. I have no idea what that means. I just know
that's advanced metric.
I know what it is, but I'm like, okay, yeah, just use your eyeball test. You think that offense is going to put a ton of 10-play drives together? I can't for the life of me get why they can't just be consistent like they were even in 22 when they were putting those 13, 14-play drives. It's just really, I'll tell you too, Cam Jurgens got killed in the middle again.
Yeah.
Hey, you have to have a come to Jesus conversation about Landon Dickerson too. I mean, dude, the entire middle of that offensive line just was not good today.
They just don't get pushed. They don't.
John said it. That's the worst defensive front seven in the playoffs. And you couldn't get it done against that group. Zander, they had 5 dudes that I never heard of on that defense. The Kendricks guy, I think he's an 11-year guy, but his best years, he's on the back. This guy's on the back 9 and he's on the 19th hole. He's not the guy he was 6 years ago. He's not that guy. Man, you have a lot of decisions to be made in this offseason.
They asked Nick about Patullo. He said everything and everyone will be evaluated.
It's a cop-out. No, wait, I'll take that back. What's he supposed to say?
Yeah, I mean, what's he going to say?
Right, what's he supposed to say today? Yeah, no.
All right, here's Marsh. Marsh, here's my last super chat of the year just to see Sills laugh it up. Wonderful year, y'all. Y'all have a great offseason, Jacob. I won't be as supportive until Nick and Patullo are gone. You see, let me tell you something about Marsh, all right? I know my boy Marsh.
He's a shit talker, man. I love
Marsh,
him.
this is not Marsh. Where are you going, Marsh? Where are you going, Marsh?
You're going to be right here with us, Marsh.
You're going to be right here, Marshall. All right?
Marsh, I'm going to be leaning on you on what direction we're going to be needing.
And he'll be fired up at all the moves that are made this year.
Yeah,
Here's Mr. Hill. What's up, Mr. Hill? Sills and Z, thank you for your show. I love you guys. Sills, with your football acumen, I learned so much from you this year. If Fleury doesn't demand changes in the offensive play calling, I may be done. Go Phillies.
Go Phillies.
He hits us with a go Phillies.
Hey, listen, he will. He will. You know why? That's an organization that demands excellence.
Yeah.
They're not going to. You're 11-7. Put that. Man, I can't even. You know what? As much as I give you guys shit, I can't believe you're 11-7. I cannot believe you go from that to this. It's like a cliff, and like you fell off a cliff, Zander. It's just like you fell off a cliff. You mean to tell me you can't beat the shitty Niners? Bro, if you can't beat the shitty Niners, you were never going anywhere.
Yeah. As we said. You know, what else did we talk about this week on the show, Sills? We said we don't need the offense to be great, but we need 21 to 24 points.
That's right.
They got 19.
19.
They lose the game. What'd they lose the game today? 23-19.
23. What did I say? I said 23-17, but I said Eagles would win. I can't believe they're on the back
end. I put 23-20, so I was off by 1 on the wrong side.
I can't believe that they're on the wrong side of this. I didn't see the Niners beating them. I did not. I don't even know if I saw the Bears beating them.
I hope one of the most random AFC teams wins the Super Bowl.
And
I hope
it ain't the Jags.
I know.
Josh Allen was spectacular today.
I hope it's like the Patriots. No, I guess not.
How about the Chargers?
They're playing the Patriots right now. Yep. They're not going to the Super Bowl with that offensive line. They can't block a traffic cone.
Oh, hang on here. I just saw a team that had no right being on the field.
Yeah, but we're the Eagles. We have a historic bad offense, man.
Hey,
we're a unique squad.
With no right being on the field with you, dude.
We got to start laughing it up, everybody.
No, absolutely.
We got to make them good out of this, all right?
Hey, absolutely, man.
Here's Marshall. All Knicks guys have bad season. All Knicks guys have bad seasons and get fired. Can't keep doing the same shit, expecting different results. I have to withdraw my support. Marsh is not happy.
I wouldn't be happy with that result either. Holy cow. I wonder how Jeffrey Lurie's going to handle this. Who does he put this on?
Yeah.
You just can't put this on Kevin Patullo, dude.
No, it can't only be Kevin Patullo. It can't.
Wait, I got it. Ready, guys? I made a comment to all of you about a month and a half ago. Ready for this, Zander? Folks, A.J. Brown is going to be the scapegoat starting Monday.
Oh, yeah.
And you're going to turn
on social media. He's already
and you're going to turn on him like I said you would.
Yeah.
And this is going to start Monday, that you're going to villainize him, and he's now going to be the bad guy. As I said to you, starts now. Watch Monday.
I don't know if my expectation was too high, but a little disappointed in Not that he played bad, but Jalen Hurts. I just thought he would elevate the team today. I thought he would make the difference on offense, and it was just a regular game. It was just a regular game.
I thought he was common today.
It was a regular, yeah.
Yeah, I just thought he was common.
Common men go nowhere. Herb Brooks. You cannot be common. You must be uncommon.
Yeah, I thought he was common today. I didn't think I really didn't think he was special. I didn't.
Here's Philly French.
And again, though, Zander, I don't really think anybody on the 49ers was special today.
No. It's not like McCaffrey went for 220. George Kittle.
Did he have 100 yards in total offense in this game?
I don't know if he did. Here, McCaffrey.
It was the other guys that got going.
He had 48 on the ground and 66 through the air, so he was over 100. But
again, I mean, I thought those yards with him running in between the tackles, I thought they were harder in the yards, though.
Yeah, they were.
Okay,
114 total yards for McCaffrey. But here's Philly French. Sil Z, your thoughts. Send Patullo and Sirianni packing. Sirianni has to go, or will be a Sirianni OC guy again. Then trade off AJ to Vegas for picks and Crosby. Unload money off that offense. Go after Jeremiah Smith in 2027.
Hey, listen, Jeremiah Smith. Jeremiah Smith is a spectacular player. He is a spectacular player, but dude, this is going to come down to what you guys want to do in the offseason on style of play. Or how much does a game like this, Zander, does it make the organization evaluate how they want to approach 26 and how they want to win ball games? Has what happened this year, in your opinion, do you think that erases how they go with this risk-averse stuff, with not turning the football over? You didn't turn the ball over and you lost.
I don't know if it erases that, because what I'm told, and I don't know, whatever, make of it what you will, but John always tells me they run this not because it's what they want to run. It's because they think it's best suited for the personnel that they have, mainly being the quarterback. They don't want to turn into a high-volume passer. They want to rely on their defense. They want to make the throws downfield when they need to make them downfield. They want to move the chains, and they don't want to turn the football over. That's where the philosophy was born.
So my line then of a limited quarterback plays into the fundamental thought process on how you approach the games. Is that correct?
It appears that way, Sills. I know you want to try. I know you want to drink your cup.
No, you know what? You know what? You know what is not cool? This is me being right, but I don't like it.
Well,
because you know why? You know why I don't like it?
You know what? I agree that you're right. I don't agree with your take that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I didn't say it didn't matter.
A lot of shit for being right.
I didn't. But wait, here. I don't like when I see star players underachieving. I don't like star players being underutilized. That to me is a crime.
Yeah, but they also underachieved today. AJ Brown got an opportunity for the ball today. He didn't make plays.
He did.
Devontae Smith, ball went off his hands.
That was the worst football game AJ Brown has played as a Philadelphia Eagle.
I mean, seasons on the line. You're in win or go home mode. You're Jalen Hurts. You're known for your, I'll use his words, triple threat acumen, your triple threat approach. And you have 5 carries for 14 yards and 160 through the air. You're the starting quarterback of the team. You got to get the job done. If you're AJ Brown, you got to get the job done. I mean, the only person who carried their weight today was Saquon Barkley.
How about what N'Kobe just said? N'Kobe says he's not sure if he hasn't played his last game as an Eagle.
Well, yeah, he's gone. What are they going to do? Pay another linebacker? They already got one under contract, and they just spent a first-round pick on one. I'm not going to pay a third linebacker.
Man, what decisions in the offseason. I mean, massive decisions. You're going to give Jalen Phillips $25 million?
I think that becomes a tougher thing to swallow at this point.
Okay.
I mean, obviously you need Carter and you need Davis. I don't think you'll let those guys go.
No.
I think the defense is built on them. I mean, whether they show up on the stat sheet or not, I understand it's different, but the defense is built on those two guys.
Has that game changed your opinion on direction of what should be done in the top 2 rounds?
I'm doubling down on my defense. I need to pay that.
Hornetch.
Well, you're talking draft or you're talking signing people?
Both.
Draft, I think you got to go offensive line.
Draft O-line.
At least that's what my feeling is first round.
Okay.
I mean, you got a center where we don't know what his future looks like. A right tackle who's going to the Hall of Fame. We don't know what his future looks like. A left guard who's making top in the league, he didn't look all that good. And a right guard who might be done after next year anyway, because I don't know if they're going to extend him.
And you're not sure what you're doing with Phillips. You go get Max Crosby. I brought up to your attention.
Yeah, I guess that's a valid thing.
Because if I'm going to get an offensive lineman in the draft, okay, I need an edge. By the way, J-Mack Hunt was a non-factor in the game.
Non-factor.
Nolan Smith, I haven't seen him in a bit. Okay, I didn't really think your front seven, except for your 2 tackles. I thought your 2 tackles were really good today. I thought your edge rushers did not show up. You think you got pressure on Purdy today? You think you got pressure on Purdy to affect the ball game?
No.
Obviously not.
Not enough. Not enough.
Obviously
so I just got a text. Watch Sirianni, Kevin, Patullo, and Jalen Hurts discussing the play before the 4th down attempt, and you tell me who called that play. Watch the 3 of them. Fox put a tight shot on it, and they never took the camera off it. Now, the person who texted me this never told me what he thought, but I wonder if that becomes a talking point. Did Jalen go rogue on that final play, you think?
Maybe audible out of it on what they called on the sidelines. Wow. That's been something that's been bantered back and forth too. The quarterback not really liking what's going on the sidelines. I wonder how much that's going to come out now, because this, Zander, when the boat takes on water, the rats come to the top. You're going to see the rest of the people you want to go to sea with. This is John Madden's line, because you're going to start seeing a lot of talking coming out, because people are going to be grabbing life preservers now.
Right. Going to be an interesting offseason for this team. A whole lot of talking points around this football team right now. Completely did not live up to the expectation this year, even if it wasn't that they would have won a Super Bowl again. This is unacceptable to get.
You were expecting at least an NFC Championship game appearance, correct?
I think an NFC Championship game is even lofty in the grand scheme of. You don't make NFC
divisional.
But when you look at the talent around the NFC, when you look at the teams you're going up, even when you look at the team you played against today,
no doubt.
I mean, you're cat to them, but
wouldn't you agree? Outside of Carolina, that's the second worst team in the NFC side of the bracket.
Yeah. I mean, that would be like the Eagles losing season-ending injuries to Jalen Carter, Jalen Phillips, and Zach Bond, and then going into Seattle and beating Seattle. Think about that. That's what the 49ers did today.
Dude, you left so much on your plate this year. You know what? There's so much on your plate. It's like sitting down to a great lobster meal, and you take 2 bites and you leave. Bro, you have so much on that plate. This is so disappointing, man. Dude, the meltdown kind of felt in 23. You were rolling that way. This didn't feel like that.
No,
this
really
felt more like you had more confidence going in because of the pedigree. The pedigree thing, the conversation was non-factor. Your experience played no factor. And Patullo's, and get this, John's going to say that it's not on Kevin and it's on player production. He's right. But you also put your play. I watched Jennings throw a touchdown pass because San Francisco was getting stalled with too many 3-and-outs, right? They did something different in the game to loosen up that secondary, and McCaffrey makes a gigantic play. Look at the explosion plays in the game they had. You're right, Zander. You take those 4 explosion plays out of the game, the Eagles win this ball game. They win this ball game, and you couldn't take advantage of the turnovers. For the first time in about 5 years, I can't believe you couldn't take advantage of the turnovers.
Agreed. Sills, what do you think? Let's do this exercise together here on the fly. What are the top 5 problems with the Eagles right now? Top 5 issues that need correcting going into the offseason. I think number 1, everyone would collectively agree on. 1 is what? Let's hear what you have to say.
I think it's the O-line.
Okay, they were number 2 for me.
Okay, I have the offensive line. I think the O-line, interior, in the middle, I think you're and now, depending, I don't know what Lane's doing. Okay, and now you lose Lane? Bro, I mean, I think your center, 2 guards, completely underachieved, whether it's injuries, what have you. To me, it was offensive line.
Where do you put the OC?
I put the OC. I put the OC 2. I'll put the offensive coordinator in 2 in approach. Dude, a guy that's never called plays.
I'm going to put him, you know what? I have him 1, but I'm going to put a slash there and put head coach with him. Because head coach is the reason he's running the offense he's running in the first place.
Well, then why don't we just say this? Number 2 for me, then, is the passing game. Your passing game has been terrible for 2 years. How can a guy go from 22 and look like that, an MVP candidate, to this? And it's not him. I told you, I took a ton of bricks off of him after the Buffalo game. This is just approach and execution. I can't believe the year previous, if I'm not mistaken, tell me if I'm wrong, Zander, A.J. Brown had no drops last year in 24. He had more drops. I
don't recall, but off the top of my head.
Speaking of drops, you want to hear a crazy stat?
You want to hear a crazy stat? You asked me, how was Jalen Hurts on third down tonight? I said not that good. They were 5 of 16. The Eagles had 4 drops on third down versus the 49ers in the wild card round. This was more third down drops than they had in the regular season combined, as well as the most in a playoff game since ESPN began tracking this in 2006.
Wide receivers had their worst game as a unit this year. Across the board. Had their worst game. Catching the ball. I actually like some of the flare passes that they were getting to Saquon Barkley. I thought that they were getting out in the open. I thought Saquon did a nice job, but the wide receivers today were just not very good. By the way, how about the timely penalties too? You guys had a big play down the field that was called back because of holding or whatever. I can't remember what the sequence was, but they had some penalties in there too that cost them on drives as well.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. We'll read a couple more super chats here from the great people of JAKIB Nation. Appreciate all you guys. Vitality.
Please hit the like button, guys.
The last drive was a perfect. And we'll have John McMullen coming up in a little bit. I assume there's a lot going on in the locker room, so he will be joining us shortly. Vitality says the last drive was a perfect representation of the season. All the makings of something great. Didn't execute and didn't finish. Pathetic. Brace ourselves for the turnovers. Here it comes. Go Birds.
So AJ bolting and not addressing the media, which he'll be fined for that, by the way. You tell me, how's that look? How does that look for the entire game and the blow up on the sideline? Now he's bolting.
Not good. He's proven to be more immature.
Is that a reflection of him or Nick?
It's a reflection of him.
Okay.
You're a grown man. You're a grown man. I'm not. Yeah. Don't put your problems on another man's shoulder. You're a grown man. You got to face the music. You know. I mean, come on. Too immature.
Agreed.
Unfortunate. I'm a big A.J. Brown fan, too. Forza says, thank God this nightmare season is over. Please trade A.J. Brown, who is a cancer, and get a real offensive coordinator. Thank God this nightmare season is over. Please trade Brown, get a real.
Forte, if you remember right, during the middle of the year, I said, if you thought this stuff was going to go silent and he was going to stop, you're sadly mistaken. And in the biggest moment when they needed him the most, dude, I thought Jalen Hurts threw him a dime across the middle of the field. He just flat out dropped it. You know what I first thought, Zander? I thought it was behind him. And he put it right out in front of him. It was right here for him to catch, and he put the ball on the turf. I couldn't believe it. Man.
Really unfortunate. Here's Joe High. What's up, Joe? J-Mack needs to eat some crow. Too much of a homer, refusing to admit the offense is not good enough to take advantage of bad defenses. He should be objective. I agree with that, Joe. I told him all year that the offense wasn't taking advantage of bad defenses. He kept pulling EPA out. I'll tell him that, too.
How about this, Zander? What do you think Kyle Shanahan would have done with that talent today?
A lot. A lot. Look at what Kyle does with the talent. Dude, he lost George Kittle in the beginning of the second quarter.
We didn't even know who he had thrown the ball to. I don't know those guys. I mean, I didn't know who they were throwing it to. Guys,
I actually had to Google the Niners roster when I saw DeMarcus Robinson going off on us.
I did too. I'm like, who is that? These guys were streetwalkers. Hey, Robert Saleh, I think Robert Saleh did a great job holding the Eagle defense to 19 points.
He did a great job tonight. Yeah,
With that group,
I agree.
With that group, right?
I agree. Joe, thanks for the super. JT says, 1KO he's open, but can't catch shit. AJ, trade that MFer. Reed Blankenship, peace. Reed's probably cooked too, yep.
Oh, yeah, Reed's cooked. I thought he had a terrible game. How about him getting run over, too, by the fullback?
Use check.
Yeah,
Here's Pumper. They told me it was Hurts season. Ended up becoming Brian Pumper season.
Pump taking victory laps now?
Hey, Pump. You can't blame him.
Pump. Man.
A lot of people in the chat say Brian Pumper's wrong all the time. Well, Pumper might have been right this time, folks. Go Bird says, you guys might be upset, but I'm just relieved that I don't have to waste another second of my life watching this putrid offense. Fire everyone. Man, that's harsh.
How in the world do you make an excuse for that failure? How do you go to your owner and go, well, hey, Jeffrey, you know that $200 million offense we have? We couldn't beat that shitty Niner defense. How do you go there and tell the guy, I spent $250 million in players, and you're, what is it, 5 of 12 on third down against that? Man.
Here's Cody. Wow. This team was doomed the moment AJ and Sirianni had a spat. Sirianni and KP got to go. No excuse. Bring in Jim and McDaniels.
You're not firing anybody.
They're firing Patullo.
Yeah, firing him, but you're not firing.
They can't run this back.
You think that organization likes thinking that they're wrong?
They let Nick make the pick. He won the Super Bowl.
Okay. So then you're blaming the coach for the failures of the team.
Oh, you watch. They will get that out there somehow.
Oh, they will.
Yeah. The owner and the GM will get it out there somehow.
This is a Bob Lang special coming.
Yes. Trust me. And Bob Lang works for those guys, not Nick Sirianni.
That's right. That's right.
Trust me when I tell you. They'll get it out how they want to. Joe High says, offense was shut down in the second half. Story of the year. KP needs to go. Agreed, Joe. Here's Pump again. Your quarterback is not that guy. Put some damn respect on Sweaty, Milton, Rogers, and Kellen's name. Jalen Hurts, you bums can't say shit.
Yeah, it's a victory lap going on. I do agree, though, man. Hey, one thing, Pump, he was pedestrian today. I didn't see anything spectacular, but I also saw a lot of people not helping him out. I saw a lot of people dropping footballs, too. No excuses. They were just underwhelming today on offense. I think the only guy that really had a spectacular – well, I don't want to use the word spectacular. I think it was Barkley. I think Saquon did his job today. How many yards did he have rushing, Zander? Saquon had 106 yards rushing on 26 carries. I mean, that's kind of what he did all year. Get this, Zander, right? He had 4-1 for the year. He had 100 yards. He had 26 carries. That's who he was. The guy who needed to elevate was Hurts, and he did it. And AJ.
Tough to push back on that. I mean, you need your quarterback to elevate in the biggest moments in football. You just do. I mean, you watch Caleb Williams in the fourth quarter last night. I mean, say what you want about the kid. He made big throws, big-time plays, and big-time moments. Now, I feel like Jalen made some throws on that final drive, and his receivers, didn't really help him. That's a part of the conversation as well. But the reality is, the game is over. The season is over. The season is behind us, and the story will now be told.
How do you think Vic did today?
I didn't think he did that bad.
Okay.
I mean, I thought the explosive plays were no good. Gave up a lot of explosive plays. But that's Kyle. Kyle knows.
Did you think that team and that offense would put 24 points on them? 23.
Well, I said the Eagles' offense needed to score 24, so I thought they were going to score 17-20.
Yeah.
I mean, my score prediction was 23-20 Eagles.
Okay.
So they scored 23.
Dude, I think if you hold the defense in today's NFL to 23 points, you got to win that game.
Dude. I know. I agree.
you got to win that game.
I agree. That's the truth.
Your defense was getting better too, man. I think in the next round, I think you go to Chicago and beat them. You would have went to Chicago and beat that team.
I agree.
You think they were looking ahead?
I don't know what they were doing. I just don't think they were that good of a team this year. We've been talking
that's
about
it.
it all year, dude.
That's
I mean,
right.
they weren't that good of a team this year. They didn't win games convincingly.
right.
The offense never looked good. It never looked
right.
cohesive. They never played together. There was problems all year. It started early with A.J. Brown. Saquon Barkley was never able to run the ball. Hurts didn't have his best year. Had some turnovers, in the middle of the year. Never really elevated like many wanted him or expected that he would. Play caller was over his head. Nick Sirianni did nothing to fix it. These are the shows that made up our season, Sills. This is the things that we talked about every single day together.
I know. I was never impressed with them
We
offensively.
took quite a bit of shit for talking about them, by the way.
I know.
Another lesson for the youngster on the show today. Never listen to the idiots.
Hey, you know what I did? I took a ton of shit. I just never was impressed with your offense. Your defense, though, Zander, I will. When Phillips came, you started seeing massive improvement. You started seeing improvement on that side of the ball. You started seeing some of the skill set players. But, dude, even you have to. And I know you saw it. You were never impressed with them offensively this year.
No, we talked about it all year. I had playoff confidence because this team has won so well in the playoffs.
Right.
And they do have a knack to control games, like, to play them in ways that are conducive to winning with a bad offense. They keep games low scoring. They never allow games to really get out of hand on the scoreboard. They keep things low scoring, and they were able to do that today. They just didn't make the plays they needed to.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah, this is going to be a mess come Monday.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Dude, this is going to be an absolute mess.
This might be a bigger mess than 23. I don't think it was a bigger collapse than 23, but I think the fallout's going to be a mess.
Yes, because there were more expectations on this. This is going to be a mess.
Yeah.
This is a mess right now.
Let me text John, see where he is.
Dude,
John's going to join us soon here. So
this is a mess, dude. I mean, my God, if you're the owner and you're beat at home by that 49er team, dude, the Bears are going to the NFC Championship game.
Who are they playing? They're playing they're playing
the Rams. No, excuse me, Rams.
Yeah.
Rams are going to win a Super Bowl.
It's going to be Rams and Seahawks in the championship game.
And then the winner.
I don't know. I'm not counting that Bears team out. Not yet. I think I think they're going to lose.
Know what happened with Carolina,
dude? I've seen what happened to them all year. All right, well, they're the Bears. They make the improbable happen. I'm not counting them out yet.
Man.
If you want me to pick an NFC team I'll ride for the rest of the year, it's the Bears. I've liked them since the summer when me and John would debate about them back and forth. I like Caleb. Caleb's raw. I like he's raw and he's real. Did you listen to him after the game last night? Yeah. Super raw dude. Yeah, he wears it on his sleeve, kind of, but not in an overwhelming way.
Can I tell you something? I think the best city he could have went to and played in is Chicago. Yes. Because it's one of those blue collar cities that are going to call your shit out. Not like a lot of things, but when you win, that's another one of those cities. Being in LA, dude, didn't help him. Being in Chicago, I heard a leader after the game. Hey, look, man, this is a team effort. I heard all that stuff. I'll tell you what, I think he's growing up in Chicago.
I think he is too. There's no doubt about it. J-Mack about to join us here on the postgame show. Appreciate everybody being here. Don't forget to hit that like button. Unfortunate end to the Eagles season today, everybody. They lose the football game 23-19. Brock Purdy in the game was 18 for 31, 262, 2 touchdowns, 2 picks. Jalen Hurts was 20 for 35, 168, and one touchdown. That's what I don't get. Like, how does Jalen have 20 completions and only 168 yards? I mean, they don't push the ball at all.
Do you think they push the ball down the field a lot?
No, clearly. They for 168 yards.
Yeah, no way. That passing game reared its head, and Wyatt, again, it was the same passing game, and when they needed it, they couldn't get it. And this is not on all the quarterback. Those wide receivers had a horrible game today.
Really bad. Receivers were terrible today.
Yes.
Yeah. Unfortunate that they were. And AJ Brown bails out of the locker room, man. Sometimes he makes it tough to defend him. I mean, I'm a fan of AJ Brown. I think he's the best receiver we've had in Philly, maybe ever. But boy, he makes it tough to defend him sometimes.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely.
Really does. And by the way, you another thing that Sills maybe can take a victory lap on. You called him Diva Brown very early.
AJ Owens.
Yep, AJ Owens early. Well, it turns out that's been true. All right.
Man.
Here's E-Train. Speaking of it, I'm a huge AJ fan, but he's been disgruntled for 2 years. Things seem to deflate when Nick chased him down on the sideline. Nick's influence on offense, risk averse to Cancun. Yep, I agree, E-Train.
Man, poor execution. Second half was just like spotty at best. The whole thing. I mean, how do you get beat by that roster? San Francisco had no right being in that game.
Right.
Dude, I mean, they had no right being in that game. They were a tick above because of Kittle and with McCaffrey, Carolina. And when they lost Kittle, they were beating you with guys like Jennings and these other guys. I mean,
let's get John McMullen. We got J-Mack in the green room. Let's see what John's got to say here on this game. John, I got you. I got you by video, John. Or you want phone only? Let me get you by. I can get you by video. See if John. I can bring him in now.
There you go, John.
Yeah, make sure you turn off the video because I'm in the
I got you.
cafeteria section.
Yeah, your video's off. John, just make sure you speak into that mic, brother. John McMullen joins us right now here on the JAKIB Postgame Show. John, Eagles lose the game 23-19. Coming right to you, man. Just your initial reaction. The 2025 season is officially over.
Yeah, obviously very, very difficult ending to the season. And a poor second half of football. So a lot of the things we talked about all year when it came to this offense popped up again consistently pretty much all season, getting behind the sticks in the second half. All of a sudden, you're in second and longs, third and longs, and obviously this is not an offense that's well equipped to overcome those types of mistakes because it's not a high-octane offense. It's not people aren't, and they are not. Let's be honest. So I think we constantly talk about the names and the resumes on this offense. Look, because of the style of football they play, it's not really susceptible to pouring up a lot of yards. I mean, to Dan's point, this is a bad roster right now for the 49ers moving forward, and they lose George Kittle on top of it to a torn Achilles. Looking at that defensive group, there's no way you can let them off the hook like the Eagles let them off the hook. And you saw it. There was a lot of effective runs. They just dried up in the second half. And you're constantly seeing guys in the backfield. We've seen to me, the offensive line was the story of the year because the offensive line is the story of the Philadelphia Eagles. And that's what they built the foundation of this team on. And they just didn't play up to their vaunted reputations for a lot of different reasons, mainly injuries when you talk about Cam Jurgens, Landon Dickerson, Lane Johnson. Now think about Lane Johnson. What's his decision moving forward? Is he going to come back? Does he not want to end his career losing the last 8 games of his last season? Can't imagine that. But at 35 years old with that type of injury, you have to really start ramping up the succession plan when it comes to Lane Johnson. A.J. Brown getting the dust up with Nick Sirianni. You can talk all you want. He again didn't talk to reporters, so he's obviously not happy in this offense, hasn't been happy in this offense for a while. And then you have to start talking about the quarterback and saying, all right, if you don't feel comfortable playing a different style of offense, maybe you got to start making hard decisions there. And for Jeffrey Lurie, I don't think there's any doubt that Kevin Patullo is going to be used as sort of the explanation for it all. But if you're Jeffrey Lurie, you have to ask some difficult questions about, it's amazing, but I saw one national guy say, you got to move on from Nick Sirianni. I can't imagine they would do that. I can't imagine even thinking that way, but that's kind of the society we live in. I mean, we're not even 12 months off a Super Bowl championship. And granted, it's disappointing that you're not able to repeat. But let's be honest, it's very, very difficult to repeat in this league. It's still a disappointment. You don't want to make excuses. They just didn't play good offensive football in the second half. But while I will say the offense certainly deserves much of the the blame. I mean, you are talking about a Kittle-less offense that is already down, Ricky Pearsall, who might be their most explosive receiver, and they're able to go down the field in a big situation after the Eagles took the lead, and that it's not the first person, but I talked about Christian McCaffrey being matched up with N'Kobe Dean in coverage, and it eventually happened that at a high leverage moment in the fourth quarter of the game, and predictably it ended the way you would think it would end, and that's with Christian McCaffrey in the end zone. So the defense also didn't hold up at some big spots. Nice job. You got to give Kyle Shanahan credit pulling out the trick play with Juwan Jennings. I did not know. I just learned after that play. He was a four-star recruit in high
Yeah.
school as a dual threat quarterback.
Yeah.
He was higher ranked than Sam Darnold and Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson in the same high school class. That's the kind of quarterback he was. And I'm thinking to myself, wow, I did not. Hopefully, the Eagles knew that. I did not know that, but that was a great throw by Juwan Jennings as well.
Hey, John. Very, very un-Vic Fangio, 4 explosion plays in the ball game. That was really because if you look at really the offense, I mean, they had a bunch of explosion plus 25 plays in the game.
Oh yeah,
and that was really the difference in the ball game. And plus the offense on the Eagle side not being effective, like you said, in third down, there was your ball game really.
yeah. No, I agree. It was early, really. The first drive, Demarcus Robinson got loose for I think it was a 60-yard gain, maybe 61-yard gain. They had a number of explosive plays. Jennings had an explosive play. You know, whereas counter the explosive plays. The Eagles have always prided themselves on winning the turnover battle, which they did today, and the explosive play battle, which they have not done often this season. And they were unable to generate explosive plays while San Francisco was. Now, there were a couple opportunities. A.J. Brown maybe could have caught a couple of passes that he did not catch. Um, not a typical year for him. So you look at everybody on offense, and I think, and I've been talking about this a while, other than Dallas Goedert as a receiver, and he had 2 touchdowns, 1 running, 1 receiving today. Um, most of these guys didn't play up to their reputation. And even with Dallas, yeah, he really amped it up as far as the playmaking in the red zone. But he wasn't the blocker he was in typically. And, I caught up with Ben Van Sumeren, who's been out for a long time. I haven't seen him for a while. He was in the locker room after the game. And we were just talking about losing him on the first play of the season, losing Johnny Wilson and training. I think people don't realize, what having that big-bodied receiver meant to the running game, what having a fullback meant to the running game last year. That was the projection coming in. Darius Cooper had to play that role. I think at receiver, I think he did a good job considering what he was in college. But he was a playmaker in college. He was like the guy in college. Like he's not used to blocking, and he tried as hard as he could. A lot of things went wrong when it came to the running game this year for the Eagles, and they had it going in the first half, and they lost it again because guys were just missing blocks up front, and all of a sudden Saquon's getting torpedoed 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage. The negative plays, and the 3 and outs come. Just a bad season overall offensively, especially when you measure it against the expectations of what everyone thought it would be. It just wasn't a good offense.
And John, what do you presume or speculate will be the immediate fallout of this?
Well, the immediate fallout is I do think Kevin will not be back. That's just not. I asked Nick Sirianni about that, and he was open ended. Obviously, just defaulted to we have time to evaluate, but it certainly wasn't a he'll be back type situation, or I think he should be back type situation. So my early thought is that yeah, he's likely to move on, but Um, I think for the people who think that's the only problem, I got news for you. If you just replace him with somebody else, you're not fixing the problems.
No.
There are far deeper problems
I think what you said at the
than that.
open, John, is true. I mean, you gotta have an evaluation if this is still the brand of football that you want to
It's
subscribe.
quarterback.
Yeah, exactly. So that is
It's
obviously
the quarterback.
a difficult discussion
Yeah.
where you have to, because money comes into it, cap situation comes into it, all of that factors into it. But I don't think this was ever a long term sort of answer
Huh.
at the offensive sort of scheme to play this football consistently and win. But you win once, and what's the natural inclination? Well, we won this way, so let's continue. And now that you didn't win this way, maybe it's time to have that come to the Jesus moment and have the difficult conversations and say, hey, whether it's more trust in Jalen Hurts, or if you don't believe he deserves that trust, then you have to start thinking about going in a different direction.
How about this, John? With what you're saying, then you're either going to side with Nick here on this, that Nick is going to go for more of a drop back guy, or you're going to side on Hurts' side here on how you want to approach the game. What do you think the owner and Howie Roseman are going to think after this? Because what you're saying right now, like you said, offensive coordinator is not going to change this. This is going to be, like you said, John, because the playbook's really not going to change because the quarterback skill set's not going to change. Boy, this is a really tough conversation in the offseason here for that organization.
Yeah, it is a tough conversation. And, just knowing Jeffrey Lurie over the years, he's always sort of understood that a high octane passing offense is the easiest way to win in the NFL. Not necessarily the only way, which I think they've learned by the way they've done it. But I think, if you put what is it, sodium pentothal, if you put the true serum into Jeffrey Lurie, he'd like a more traditional drop back passing offense. The question though is, be careful what you wish for, because it is difficult to win in this league. The Eagles have won at a very high level. It's tough to just pull the plug on that and say we're going to go in a completely different direction. So my early thought is they're going to put the Band-Aid on it, and they're going to change the coordinator and say, all right, let's see if we can get this thing going with a few new concepts and a few new thoughts from outside the building. You've heard this all before when they brought in Kellen Moore, and then they scaled back and turned into a similar offense as they've always been. I think if you are going to go that way and just put the Band-Aid on it, I think the most important thing to do is figure out if Cam Jurgens can get back to what he was as a player, if Landon Dickerson can get back to what he was as a player, if Lane Johnson's going to be healthy. I think you have to figure out, because if you want to play that way, you better damn well have one of the best 5 offensive lines in football.
I agree, Johnny Mac. John, A.J. Brown today obviously made a lot of waves this season, John, and then it ends the way it did. He had multiple drops in the game today, including one on the final drive, including some other balls that maybe weren't listed as a drop, but could maybe argue he could have went and got him, or maybe made a better effort. How do you evaluate A.J. Brown today, and what's the fallout for A.J. Brown with how the season went, all the noise that was created, and then when the going gets tough, when the game's on the line, the quarterback comes to you, and you drop the football? What do you make of it?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen him drop as many passes as I've seen him drop this year as a whole, and certainly today at least 2 more that I think he should have had. Some people will say it was more, but he's certainly not happy in this offense. I mean, that's evident, and maybe it is time to think about a mutual parting of the ways. And that opens up another cap difficulties with that. You also have to replace one of the best receivers in football, which is for the people who remember pre-A.J. Brown and pre-Devontae Smith, it wasn't always hard to find. It wasn't always easy to find receivers for the Philadelphia Eagles. So at some point, though, if a guy's not happy, you might have to go in a different direction. I think it's pretty clearly that A.J. Brown is no longer happy playing in this offense, and there's no more defaulting to, well, yeah, he's not happy, but you won. Now it's he's not happy and you came up short.
How about this, John? This is the second coordinator that'll be fired in 3 years. What do you make
Well,
of that?
yeah, that I don't agree with. Like, to me, the continuity part of the equation is always present. And, what I find ironic is a lot of people who preach, well, Jalen Hurts needs continuity. Jalen Hurts has a different play caller every year, are the first to scream, you got to fire this guy. So which one is it? Now, look, if you're Nick Sirianni and if you're Jeffrey Lurie, you know who Kevin Patullo is. He hasn't been here for 1 year. He's been here for 5 years. They know him better than any other coordinator they've hired or brought in. They've known him for 5 years. They know who the guy is. If they thought he was incompetent, if they knew he was incompetent, they would have figured that out the 4 years prior. I just think it's just low-hanging fruit, easy excuse for a lot of people. It's not going to fix anything, but it's also the public-facing nature of this league. Look, 25% of the head coaches are out. If you fail to reach expectations in this league, that's what happens.
Yeah, but John, that's an interesting comment. Does that change Lurie's thought process? The coaches that are out there. It's one thing if John Harbaugh is not on the market and Stefanski's not, and people are hiring Clint Kubiak. These guys are available.
They're not looking for a head coach. I would be stunned. And certainly guys like Stefanski and Mike McDaniel are not taking offensive coordinator jobs unless they can't get a head coaching job. In the case of those two specifically, to be honest, I would think they would sit out a year with the idea of being a head coach the next year before they would take an offensive coordinator job. So I think a lot of the names that people want are not even in the equation. If you start talking about the Cliff Kingsburys, who the Eagles.
What about Brian Callahan?
He'd be a potential guy, but again, I didn't go great in Tennessee. I mean, there's some talent deficiencies obviously there, so it's difficult to judge what went on. Bigger name. I don't think he'd be the kind of sexy name that people want. To be honest, I think they would want more of the guy who's perceived to be creative. I think that's a big thing with fans. Creativity often equals success in their minds. Isn't necessarily true, but I think that's what a lot of people look at and think is the way to go.
John, do you get the sense one way or the other, leaning more one side or the other, that Lane Johnson will retire or return next year?
Say that again. Sorry,
Do you get the sense more one way or another that Lane Johnson will either retire or return next year? Do you have any?
I haven't talked to the guy. I haven't talked to the guy in 2 months. He's been.
Is that maybe a message in itself?
Well, yeah. I mean, that's he was very upset. The last time he talked was the loss to the New York Giants, that ugly loss on Thursday night. And he did a bunch of interviews talking, and he used the word predictable a lot. And people ran with that, if you remember. And what Lane was trying to say was, and I did talk to him about this, what he was trying to say was, look, we're getting behind the sticks, and that makes us very predictable on third down. So people took that predictable word out of context and started saying, "Oh, Lane Johnson thinks the offense is predictable," and he was a little pissed off by that. And that's being kind. He was very pissed off by that, and he kind of shut down and said, "You know what? I'm not saying anything because I don't want to impact the team in a negative way." And have not seen hide nor hair. Then he got hurt, obviously. Um, that wouldn't. I imagine if he didn't get hurt, that wouldn't have continued like it did. But when he got hurt, he's not required to speak to the media. He's not required to be in the locker room. So that kind of took care of it. So it's, little from column A, little from column B. But, he was talking very heavily about potentially this being his last season before any of this started. Now, I think the hope was they would win another Super Bowl and then he could walk off as a two-time champion. Then I think, yes, he would have retired. I don't know if he wants to end his career not playing the last 8 games of his last season. So from that perspective, just from I would because of the way it ended for him, I would lean on he would be back for at least one more season.
Hey, John, how surprised were you on both sides of the football they were outcoached? Robert Saleh, with that limited talent that he had on defense, you want to hear a number here, John? The Philadelphia Eagles haven't scored a touchdown in the second half since December 21st.
Yeah, it's been, and it's, the strange part is that, they played well offensively in the first half. Probably, as usual, they didn't score as much as they should have. But it is strange. They were using tempo, they were moving the football, and then all of a sudden it dries up in the second half. Had a lot of penalties. They seem to have, that's the one thing they seem to have kind of fixed. They limited the penalties over the last month or so of the regular season, and they were back today in a big way. They had 7 penalties, some of them drive-killing penalties. The 49ers only had 1. So I think that was big. And then, you know, yeah, it's a bad loss. I mean that they are a very limited team, especially defensively, from a personnel standpoint. So if you can't take advantage of that with all the big names that you have, it's a bad loss. There's no way. There's no way to put lipstick on that pig.
How surprised are you by it, John?
Very surprised. I think anybody who listens to me all week, this is. And
John,
it's
they're saying you're the kiss of death, man. You were the kiss of death on the Packers and the Eagles.
well, I mean, yeah, I know people are going to say that. It's been a strange year in the NFL.
It really has.
As you know, I'm not a superstitious guy, so people are going to say, "Don't pick the." I have nothing to do with the Eagles losing. That I can tell you 100%. I have nothing to do. I am surprised that they lost. They shouldn't have lost to this team with all their limitations. Now, again, if Fred Warner was out there, if Nick Bosa was out there, I would have said the way the Eagles were playing, yeah, they got a good chance to come in here and upset the Philadelphia Eagles. But this was, Bryce Huff is your best pass rusher. Eric Kendricks was on the street a month ago. Garrett Wardlow played less than 50 snaps on the year. You had 2 linebackers who played less than 50 snaps on the year, and they won a football game. So Robert Saleh deserves a ton of credit. And he did it really, last week as well against Seattle, held them in the game. So he deserves a lot of credit, and that's probably why people are looking at him for another opportunity to get a head coaching job. He deserves some credit to hold that together, because I'm surprised he was able to hold it together.
John, it is a tough roster to make a whole lot of changes with. I mean, how sweeping do you think the changes will be? Like you said, I know it's a tough loss, and I think everybody feels that they didn't live up to expectations, but they are 1 year removed from a Lombardi. Like how sweeping do you think the changes will be this summer?
Well, like I said, I think most of it will be just changing the coordinator. I think you move on from certain guys. Dallas Goedert, ironically, because he had 13 touchdowns, is probably not going to be back from the offensive side of the ball. Who else can you get rid of? I mean, if Lane wants to retire, that's baked in. But as I said, I would think he'd be back. You're certainly not going to move on from Jordan Mailata. You're certainly not going to move on from Landon Dickerson. You're going to hope he has an offseason to get healthy. Same thing with Cam Jurgens. You're not going to be able to move on from Saquon for one more year. Devontae's here. So, yeah, there's not a lot of room. And it's very unlikely they move on from the quarterback because of his contract. So there's not a lot of room to make changes defensively. You know, most of the star players are young. You have some difficult decisions to make with N'Kobe Dean and Reed Blankenship and Jalen Phillips. But yeah, there's not a lot of room to make grandiose changes. And the guy who I think they should bring back is Jalen Phillips. N'Kobe, you're probably going to have to let him go. Reed, either he takes a discounted contract or you're probably going to have to let him go. Other than that, it's going to be run it back and hope that you're healthier next year.
How about this, John? Would you agree with what you just said and what you guys have been saying all year? Like you just said, you're not changing anything. And if you want to change, you got to change the quarterback. Because you've got too many things going on that offense. You've got too many contracts. You're not changing anything. And if you change style of play, John, it's not a coordinator. It's a quarterback. And I don't believe they're doing that at least for another year. The guy deserves to come back for sure, but that's the question going into 26. Is going to be whether or not that style of play can come back and win again. And I think they're going to do that and give them one more year on bringing that style of play back because, Zander, if you change that, you're changing the quarterback. You're not changing a coordinator.
I agree. I think we lost John. He'll probably join back in in a second. Let me see if we get him back. But I agree with you. It seems like a major crux point. Like, okay, you're going to change that, but the head coach is who really you'd have to change, or you got to force him to break and bend to what you want him to do, which at that point, he becomes a dead man walking.
Right. You're either changing the head coach or you're changing the quarterback. Who do you think the organization is going to side with? Side with Nick? Or are they going to side with Jalen? Now, again, I thought John said something interesting because I said this at the beginning when Jalen Hurts became the starting quarterback. If you guys think this was going to be a 13, 14-year career in Philadelphia, this was never going to be. These guys have low ceilings, these dual-threat guys, especially a guy that's not 6'6", 6'7", like Josh Allen, who doesn't have an arm for a weapon. I mean, he's not that guy. This was never – if you guys remember, go back. What's great about JAKIB is you can go back and listen. This was never going to be a long-term thing. This is never going to be a 12, 13-year thing. Remember I used to ask the question, if in the next 7 years you win 2 Super Bowls and you go to 3, was it a success? And it would be. But this is nothing that's going to be a long-term thing. This is never going to be long-term.
I agree. We'll see if we get John. John, we might have lost John for the night. Sills, what are your final thoughts, man? The season has come to a screeching halt and it's over. Kevin Petula will be fired. I think Nick Sirianni is a bigger problem than John will agree to. And I think you've hit the nail on the head. I mean, to me, this looks very clear. If you are going to stick with Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni, then expect a similar type of offense next year, no matter who the coordinator is. Or you are going to force either Jalen to play a different brand of ball, which they tried the first 4 games with Kellen Moore last year, or you're going to force Nick Sirianni to be a dead man walking and just accept what hand is dealt to him.
There it is. That's exactly it. This has been written. Zander, I think everybody knows that this was the writing on the wall. And that last year, Barkley was the catalyst in this thing. They rode that guy to the Super Bowl. Jalen Hurts is so capable of making great games and having great games. Is Jalen Hurts capable of carrying a football team when you need him most? You needed him to be a 240-yard guy today. You needed him to take off more than what he did with 5 yards rushing or whatever it was today. They needed more. He was pedestrian today. They needed exceptional. Did you see Josh Allen play in that game against the Jags? Over 300 yards in total offense with nobody in trash cans with the Buffalo Bills. How do you go into a game like that and you win a ball game like that and you're the Buffalo Bills and you got really nobody on the perimeter? It's because Allen can carry your football team. Jalen couldn't carry the football team across the finish line.
Yeah.
And again, it's not so much on him. It's style of play, dude. You're either going to change what you do or you're going to keep doing the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, what if the style of play, though, is because of him?
The style of play is because of him.
Well, so then how can you compliment? I mean, how can you bail him out?
You can't.
They tried to play a different style. First 5 weeks with Sirianni in 21 and first
23.
And last year. The first 4 games until they had a come to Jesus moment and started running the ball.
When he had 26 turnovers in 23 games, they went back and they ran the ball. Right. This is where these are the decisions they're going to have to make. Hey, Zander, Kevin Patillo was not, what did I say? He was not qualified to be the offensive coordinator of this football team. Well, guess what?
You said that a long time ago.
By
the way, a lot of his biggest haters were in here saying you were an asshole for saying it.
Listen, you want to see people fulfill their destiny. And being right, sometimes, as my wife would say, being wrong, it's not cool. I wanted this team to get to the NFC title game. I wanted to see what they would do in this shitty playoff run. There's not a lot of great teams in this thing. Boy, are you going to regret this in 2 years, 3 years from now, like nobody's business, that you left that on. Zander, if you're pissed off about that 22 season, you're going to look back on this and go, watch. Don't let the Patriots win the Super Bowl and go, Jesus Christ, you're kidding me. We couldn't get past San Francisco.
Got to tip the cap to Kyle Shanahan today for his performance, right?
Spectacular. And Robert Saleh.
Yeah.
Spectacular coaching job. They outcoached the Eagles sideline.
Can I say something as a fan here? I feel a sense of relief.
Huh?
Because, sometimes, and I'm not complaining or looking for sympathy, but I talk about the team for a living, and I talk about it with 2 people who don't give a shit in terms of fandom, which is fine, but very objective and people that aren't clouded at all by Eagles. So I feel as though this season was so miserable to watch, and I had to act at times like it wasn't, and it fucking was. It was.
And you know what I had to do? You know what made me? You know what I hated? You and I have had private conversations with this. You know what I hated? I had to do. I had to be a dickhead, and I looked at it through that lens on being a dickhead. And you know what everyone thought? I was just hating on you. I'm not hating on you, man. I thought you were a one and done team from the beginning. I thought maybe you'd get to the divisional round. But, dude, I never thought this was a great team. I thought they had great moments. But this wasn't a great team. Your 22 team was better.
They weren't a great team. They were never. You know what? They were never even really that good of a team.
No, you're 11-7.
Yeah, and they weren't that good of a team.
4 wins over 500.
The 49ers are a better team.
Yeah.
Who's the guy who said the quote? You are what your record says you are. Who was that? Bill Parcells. There you go. Sills, wrap it up with a bow, however you like, brother. Appreciate you doing it on the post-game show tonight. I'm sure it'll be a fun week on the program and on the channel.
Angelo's on 3:30 on Monday.
That's going to be good. Your final thoughts here today, man.
Underachieving, disappointing. Here comes the finger pointing. Let's find out who's got character. And when adversity hits, let's find out who the men rise above and act like a team and act like teammates. You're going to see a lot of people grabbing life preservers. You're going to see a lot of finger pointing. And you're going to see a lot of the rats that we see in Philadelphia and how they're finger pointing people. And you're going to see a lot of that come Monday. You're already seeing it. A.J. Brown, Kevin Patullo will be the people that will be taken to the gallows by the media gallows on Monday. So again, this is the beginning of what is going to be a hard decision on what you do with your football team. But I think the biggest decision has to be made is this, whether you change your coordinator or not. This comes down to the quarterback. Whoever you hire, will it matter? And I don't think it will.
So you think it continues? Sills, real quick before you go, give me an illustration with your hands at where the Super Bowl window went. Did it stay the same? Did it shut a little bit? Is it closed? Where are you?
Beginning of this year, here. By the end of the year, you got a narrow margin. You're where the Chiefs are last year. Going into their final Super Bowl run, potentially. Here, Zander, the decisions you make in the offseason are going to dictate whether or not you push that window back open again to a wider place.
Agreed. Sills, good stuff, man. Talk to you tomorrow. All right, brother? Appreciate
Catch
you.
button. We appreciate all of you. See you Monday, 2 to 6 on the National Football Show.
There's Big Sills. See you, man. Appreciate Big Sills doing it today. All right, good show today. Unfortunate end to the Eagles season. You know, my gut earlier in the year that I ultimately, which is my fault, allowed myself to bully myself out of those thoughts, which ultimately were correct, that this team was a fraudulent fraud. I believed it. I convinced myself that despite the way it looked, when the playoffs come, this team will win, because that's what they've done for much of the last couple of years, and it's certainly what they did last year. And I allowed that to cloud my vision. And the fact is, Sills is right. This is just not that good of a team. It's really not. Like, let's call it this. It's not that good of a team. They got bounced today. Is anybody real? I mean, I'm surprised because I had this expectation that they were going to win. But at the end of the day, I mean, we watched them all year. They never executed on offense. The coordinator never showed that he was worth a shit. The head coach never appeared to be a coach that knew how to lead a ship of men. The quarterback did not elevate in games this year, and certainly did not elevate in the biggest moments in games this year. A.J. Brown was worse this year than he's ever been in his career. I mean, Saquon Barkley couldn't find a hole to run through and didn't have a good year. I mean, yeah, that's the story of the year, and that's how it ended. I should have been smarter. Curtis says, I tried to keep you. Curtis, I didn't buckle till late, but, you know, Curtis, part of me, and this isn't an excuse, all right? I'll hold the accountability, but part of me always was like, I can't be the guy that's like the Eagle fan on the channel and be like an asshole going into the playoffs, you know? But got to stay true. Let's read the super chats. A lot of them. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate all you guys today. All right. I tell you what, the weight of this season is lifted from all of us. I think even the biggest, like, Jalen lovers or whatever you want to call them, Eagle fans, the Embraces of the world, like, I think even them were convincing themselves that this season was fun to watch. This was an objectively horrible season to watch. It was, in a way, it was fucking miserable. Let's call a spade a spade. It was tough to cover because it was so miserable, and it made me so conflicted to talk about it all the time. This was a bad year. It was a poorly coached year. It was a poorly played year. It was bad vibes. It was bad everything. And I'm glad we don't have to pretend that it was anything different anymore. I'm glad we don't have to pretend it was anything different. It was a miserable season in Philadelphia. It really was. It really was. And I think everybody really knows it. It was really a miserable season in Philadelphia. Not fun. Last year, how fun was last year? Like, even when we had the problems last year, I'll never forget last year. Like, it was so fun leading up to everything that happened. Not even the end result. This year was miserable. Miserable season. Now, the question will be, if Sileo had the window here, every decision they make this offseason, it will either make the window open up a little bit more or it will shut it completely. This is a crux point offseason. This is a crux point offseason. By the way, got to give a little shout out to Hogan in the chat and our resident 49er fans. Hogan has been telling everybody all week, okay, that we were frauds. And some Eagle fans agreed with him, but most gave him a lot of shit. Hogan, hat tip. Well done by your team today. Well done by your two coaches. Multiple coaches, but really Shanahan and Salah. And ultimately, you guys just dominated the game today. You were a better team. So, Hogan, congrats, brother. Enjoy your next game, all right? I believe you have to go to Seattle. It's going to be a tough one, man. But, you get to stay on the West Coast. And I actually weirdly like the Niners in that game. I don't like you to win it, but I weirdly like you more than most will. Many will probably say you're going to get clapped, but we'll see how that goes. Curtis is there. Next week, I'll put my Saquon Super Bowl jersey on, drink a cocktail, and enjoy being a football fan. Roll. I love you, brother, and I actually think you're more honest than most Jalenites. All right, I think you're more honest than most, and I respect you. I don't mean this with any disrespect, but bro, you're like adding up like imaginary yards to be right. It's over, man. It's over. You don't need to cope anymore. You don't need to create imaginary yards. Well, if this person caught this ball, then the yardage would have been this. Bro, fuck the yardage. Who cares about the yardage? The team wasn't good, dude. The yardage is a small branch off of the tree, and the tree is rotten. The tree is rotten. And have you ever seen those videos? It's called Hi-Ya. You ever seen the guys who go into the woods and they say, Hi-Ya! And they kick down the dead trees? You guys ever seen that? That's the Eagles tree right now. It's dead. It's dead. Here's Mello. Let me ask you a question, Mello, because I know these people won't go away. And nowhere did anybody on the postgame show today, not Sills, not John, not me, say it's all on Jalen. But leave it to Mello to say, oh, and it's all. Mello, first off, I would urge you to be a little bit more, use your brain a little bit more, okay? Not everything is, it's all on Jalen or it's none on Jalen. There's context. There's nuance to these conversations. Mello, you believe Jalen Hurts is an elite top 5 quarterback. Do you really believe that was a top 5 quarterback season? Forget the season. Game? Is that what you expect a top 5 quarterback to do to perform in the playoffs? Forget the fucking drops. 168 yards and 14 yards on the ground from a triple threat. Now, I think everybody deserves some ripping today. Everybody. But I just don't get this line of thinking. Like, are you under the belief that it's always all Jalen or 0% Jalen? I mean, come on. Use your head, Mello. Use it. I know you're smarter than that. I'm not forgetting the drops either. The drops were egregious. But again, leave that out of it. Leave that out of it for a second. You got a quarterback that you need to elevate in the biggest moments. Find me the moment this year when Jalen Hurts elevated and went to the next level. Find me that moment. Is there a moment? Roll Philly. When did Jalen go to the next level this year? Reminds me again of my favorite movie. When Jim Craig almost gets benched after giving up 10 goals. And the coach says to him, I know you're a great goaltender, but you got a whole nother level that for some reason you won't go to. You got to go to that level. You got to go to that level. And that doesn't just include Jalen, by the way. That's A.J. Brown. That's Saquon Barkley. That's Devontae Smith. That's Jalen Carter, who didn't do much of anything in today's game. That's anybody who wants to be the pro. Oh, I didn't make the Pro Bowl. Jordan Davis, I got snubbed from the Pro Bowl. I got snubbed from the Pro Bowl. All right. Where's the next level? It's win or go home. Goes around for everybody. But don't leave anybody out because they're your favorite player. All right? Don't leave anybody out. Unnecessary. Catch, thanks for the big super chat, brother. Here's the new head coach and offensive coaches in South Philly. I agree, Catch. It's very needed, brother. It's very needed. Kevin Patullo ultimately he just didn't give this team any advantage. You know, and I do think John brought up a good point about like, is it as simple as changing the coordinator, Catch? Like, I don't know, dude. I really don't know. Remember, they tried to let Kellen Moore run his special offense last year in the first 4 weeks. I ripped him for this, bro, on the show. You got a head coach. You're the head coach of a football team. You elevated your buddy to be the offensive coordinator coming off a Super Bowl with arguably the most talent in the National Football League. You saw all year. In fact, we saw it, and we don't have him in the headset every play. All year, you saw this offense underperform and underdeliver. And never once did you even as much as acknowledge that the problem existed. Forget making a change. You acted like people who asked about it were crazy. Never acknowledged the problem, never tried to address the problem, never fixed the problem, because you can't fix a problem that you don't address, that you act like doesn't exist. Joho, I read all your comments. They're so stupid. I can only take one of them every 8 to 10 hours of content. You still got cap locks on your 2008 computer. You don't know how to turn it off. Have you ever written a comment and not cap locks? You need attention. That's what you need, Joho. There you go. I just gave it to you. Take it, use it, stuff it in your shirt, and look down at it every day for the next couple weeks. Ladder says, I felt like every game was a week 1 game. No consistency. Agreed, Ladder. It's a great point, dude. No consistency, no continuity. You know, I really feel like, you know, and I don't know who it was. I saw a comment of this, but, you know, it really just feels like this offense, they never had a leader. They never played like a unit ever. Not once this year. Not once. Like, you watch that defense, you're like, man, they feed off one another. They love one another. One of them loves when another one makes a play. Like the Eagles, the offense, it felt like a bunch of individuals trying to individually make plays versus playing like a cohesive unit. I never saw it this year. I never saw the offense click. I never saw them play for the man next to them. I never saw them put their body on the line. I never saw a real leader of the offense. And again, there's no perfect science to this. This doesn't mean it's got to be Jalen or it's got to be Patul. You look at, you know, a lot of teams use the team we just played, the 49ers. Kyle Shanahan's the leader of the offense. Everybody knows it. He calls the plays. He's the master behind the designs. He's the one who gets everybody ready to go. That's the leader. Purdy's your executor. You go to the game last night, Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams. Ben Johnson's the leader of that offense. Caleb's your quarterback. The Eagles, it's like, well, it's Nick's offense, but Kevin calls plays. We don't really know if Nick tells him what to call in the game or it's just the pre-snap stuff. We don't know how much autonomy at the line of scrimmage Jalen Hurts has. Does he have autonomy? Does he not? Does he audible? Does he not? Like, nobody knows. There's no, they don't play for one. There's no leader. And when you don't have a leader, you have chaos. It's like a household. You don't have a man in the house. You don't have a leader of a household. Guess what? Your household crumbles. That's how it works. That's the structure of the world. You need to have a leader. You need to have a foundation you're built on. And there's no foundation on that offense. There never was one. There never was one. And here comes the cop. I know. Blame it all on A.J. Brown, who stunk today. Blame it all on A.J., right? I know. It's all A.J. Here's Hogan. What's up, Hogan? I'll get to all super chats. Let me run through them. Guys, I want to thank everybody. And, I know it's a kind of a negative thing because we lost the game. But 113 super chats today. Thanks, everybody. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate your guys' support. All right? I appreciate it. Hogan says, thanks, Zander. Two things are for sure. Injuries destroyed the 49ers from having a great team, and Salah is gone next year, but nice to see a team with heart. Good luck to the Birds next year. Yeah, unfortunate for you guys that Salah will be hired again, because he's really a special coach. I really think he's a great coach. Great defensive mind, great defensive coordinator. A guy you look at and you just trust him. You trust him, you believe in him. I just gave you the leadership example of, who's the leader of the Eagles offense. That guy's a leader. I look at that. That guy knows how to put us in position to win. That's what I see with Robert Saleh. I'd like that. That's my style of coach. Here's Foxfire. Sure, Jimmy's and Joe's need to make plays, but anyone think Petula is running a creative, unpredictable offensive scheme is in denial. Yeah, complete denial. He gave them zero advantage. The question then becomes, Foxfire, this. It's not whether or not you're right. It's obvious what you said. Unpredictable, awful offense, no creative, nothing. The question becomes, does a new coordinator really fix it? How many times have we heard, it's Nick Sirianni's offense? And John tells me on the morning show all the time, the offense, if this isn't what Nick Sirianni wants to run, it's the offense he believes is best for his personnel, a.k.a. is best for his quarterback. So if the quarterback's the same and the head coach is the same and you bring in another offensive coordinator, what is the expected change? And I'll take comments on this in the chat. What is the expected change? Is it that a play caller who knows how to call plays within this offense better? Maybe. That's plausible. I think that's plausible. I don't think it's likely. I think it's plausible. Is it an offensive coordinator who gets to come in and say, Nick Sirianni, shut up, this is my offense, like Vic Fangio is on defense? That doesn't seem likely to me. So Roll says you can keep both, but have to take Nick's autonomy. Okay, well, they did do that in the first 4 games last year, and then it was so bad in the first 4 games. The offensive line had to have a what do you call it when you have a moment that you bring everybody together? You do this for like a drunkard or something who needs to go to AA. What do you call it? An intervention? The offensive line held an intervention and said, "We can't play this way, Nick." So I don't know. I'm just asking the questions because I don't see a clear answer. Jalen Hurts isn't going anywhere, and Nick Sirianni's not going anywhere. So what is the solution to the problem? Or is there not one? Which is really the black pill. You want to Curtis will like that. Curtis, where's the black pill, brother? That's the real black pill. They could bring in, Bill Walsh for all we know. And for all I care, and it still might not work. Oh, gosh. Oh, man. All right, guys. Guys, let me ask you something. I want everybody in here to listen closely. Can I ask you all something? Please. We We got to have a little more fun in the offseason. This season was so miserable. It was so miserable. All right. Can we have a little fun in the offseason? Can we bring back comedy to sports talk? Can everybody loosen up their belts a little bit? All right. Maybe loosen up their belts a little bit. I mean, holy moly. All right. Oh, man. Hot Sizzle says, "Zay, I'm upset." Me too, man. Unfortunate. Zero fun, sir. Mine, you know I love you, brother. Ray says, I had a lot of fun. A lot of y'all are curmudgeon and Jason just in regular life. Ray, I do agree people are miserable in regular life. I'm not. All right. I can be. Sometimes I like to be. You know, Ray, sometimes you just get to you're just like, yeah, I'm going to be fucking miserable for a week. Yeah, Z, just as long as you don't talk about, oh, I know that's all you want, roll Philly. Can't criticize your boyfriend. Here's Pump. These dunce caps keep bringing up coaching like they don't know Jalen Hurts' incompetence handcuffs the offense. Better word, he's the straitjacket. Kellen Moore might agree. Gina says, "Miss my super." Don't worry, Gina. I will get to it. All right, I got a lot of them here. I'm about to rattle through them. Actually, here it is. I'll get to your other one right now. Only time Hurts has been good is when he has a coordinator for 2 years in a row and when they had hired an experienced OC. Yeah, but last year wasn't about Hurts. The success last year wasn't about Hurts. Kellen Moore didn't come here and turn Jalen Hurts into something. You can make an argument Brian Johnson did better with that. You can make an argument Brian Johnson did better at that. So, last year they had a historic running game. Will that historic running game come back? I don't know. Lane Johnson, I hate to say this, but one of my predictions in the offseason is that Lane Johnson retires. I don't know. I hope not. I never thought that at all, ever. Certainly not earlier in the year. Coming into the year, I did not think it would be his last year. I never got that vibe. But I don't know, man. Felt like he lost his love for the game a little bit this season. You know, just listening to John, he was very upset about how the comments were taken after the Giants game. You know, I don't know. I hope not. But if he retires, I don't know what Cam Jurgens is going to be. Is Cam Jurgens ever going to be a good center again? Who knows? Who really knows? Landon Dickerson, I mean, that dude is he's going to struggle to walk his whole life, unfortunately. How good does he play next year? Tyler Steen is just meh. And Mailata's good, but I mean, Morty, it's another good one. Vic Fangio, 67 years old. I don't know. I get the vibe from Vic. He's the type of guy who might want to coach till he's done, but so corporate says it's a blessing we got to learn. I think it's a blessing. I don't think it's for the same reason that you do, but by the way, we finally got a snooze fest game, huh? 6-3, the New England Patriots lead the Chargers. Lovely game. Defensive battle. Sometimes they're fun to watch. I'm not watching it, so I'm just talking to you guys. But all right, let me rip through some supers. Mikey Shreds. I'm sick and tired of having to take 2 aspirin before every game. This offense sucks insanity. Doing the same thing over and over. Good loss for my heart. Yeah, I kind of agree with you, just in the sense of I don't like to say that, but I do. I feel a sense of relief. I mean, this team was tough sometimes. This team was tough. Tough to talk, tough to watch, tough to talk about every day. You know, tough to have to fight the trolls every day about them. Where's that dude Hip Hop? He ever show up again? Oh, yeah, I wonder why. Where's that dumbass? Hogan, thanks for the super. Fox, thanks for the super. Joshua Jackson says, Hurts can't throw, ? In 22, he and AJ set NFL record 125 yards a game. Hurts threw for 3,800 yards and was in the MVP combo and went to the Super Bowl. Nick made him risk averse. It's a fair point, Joshua. Ladder says, I got that one. Ladder, thanks. Catch, thanks for the big super, bro. Appreciate it. Roadblock says, to everyone saying trade or cut Hurts, if that happens, the Eagles will eat $124 million in dead cap. He's here for the long haul. He's not going anywhere. JH says, I have to disagree a little. This year showed our defense is still great and can get better. Excited for next year and the following. Don't lose hope. I think that's fair. I feel that's why I said to Sills in the postgame show, double down on that defense, man. You know, double down on the defense. HKP, we knew it was coming. We just didn't want to. HKP, that's me in a nutshell, brother. I allowed myself to take the bait. Really because, well, whatever. I won't get into that. Alvino, just promote Vic to head coach and look for an OC. Yeah, he wasn't good as a head coach. I think Vic is better as a DC. Only time Hurts, we got that one. Gene, thank you. Khaled, Zander, I'm just tired of seeing our QB throw for 160 every game. It's time to move on. Khaled, I understand why it's a frustrating brand of football to watch. It really is. It really is. It really is. It's a tough brand of football to watch, man. I can't believe the season's gone, Sig. Can't believe it's over. Xander, you're a legit fan, unlike the Jalen Hurts. Thanks, dude. I don't. It's all right. If you don't think I'm a fan, I don't really give a shit. My life is not defined by sports fandom. It's not. All right. I got a lot more shit in life that's a lot more meaningful than whether a sports ball team that I don't get any money from other than my business, obviously, that I don't have anything to do with, that I don't work every day on. Like I'm not an Eagle player. I'm a fan of the team. And I'll leave it at that. Pumper says, Brian Pumper was villainized in JAKIB Sports on a daily basis, but all he did was tell the truth. It's okay, fellas. We have better days with Tanner. Pumper, you were right, big dog. He's not a free agent. Deshae, get it right. Joe High, okay, bring in Todd Monken and go back to RPO. Well, Jalen Hurts doesn't want to run. That was reported this year, unless you don't believe that report. Maybe you don't. Look, I got this big-ass drink. Gay-ass straw in it, but so be it. And he's not a free agent, idiots. All you numbskulls. If you're going to speak so confidently, at least be right. He got another year on his contract. Pumper says, M. Reyes, Waddington, Marquise, Big Mike, Roll Philly, Hot Dog Water, Eduardo, Anton, Lucius, and Martin Perez. Sit down, shut up, and take this medicine. Oh, that's great. That is a great super chat. That is a freaking all-time super chat right there. He called him out by name. Man, that's good. That is funny. That is funny, man. Holy moly. Pump is out here cooking people on a griddle. Here's Pump again. Hurts season is over. Now the Jalenites have to get real jobs. No more cheerleading needed at this moment. Y'all been relieved of your duties. Yo, I got a feeling Pumper is going to be rarefied air all summer long. Hogan says 49ers beat all three teams left. Warner back next week. Hogan, I don't think you guys are done yet, man. I don't, but you got Hogan. The one thing I'll say, man, is you guys are banged up. Hey, wait, is Fred Warner really back next week? That's huge. That's huge if he comes back. But you guys got a lot of injuries, man. Oh, man, big throw. Oh, man. Great job by that receiver to come back and get the ball. Who was that? Who's number 9? Kayshon Boutte. What a great play by that receiver to come back and get that football in that Patriots game right now. Man, would have been nice to see A.J. Brown do that. Hey, A.J., go get the football. I'll criticize Jalen Hurts. I'm not going to criticize him for that. All the people, well, the ball didn't hit him perfectly in his chest. Yo, AJ, you're paid to make plays, not get hand-delivered the football. Make a play on the ball. Make a play on the ball. Go get the football. That was a piss-poor effort by AJ Brown tonight. Piss-poor effort by AJ Brown tonight. A piss-poor effort by A.J. Brown. Anthony Hunt. Sills, you think Darnold can take Hawks to the bowl? I'll answer for him. No. You're off Sundays now, Sills. How you doing? LOL. E-Train. I'm a huge A.J. fan, but he's been disgruntled for 2 years. Things seem to deflate when Nick chased him down on the sideline. Nick's influence on offense needs to be removed again. Risk-averse to Cancun. E-Train, maybe you're right. Mikey Shreds. 23 points is nothing to allow guys. What do we expect with 3 and out after 3 and out? Our defense aren't a bunch of cyborgs. The offense is a joke. I agree, Mikey Shreds. This is not a defensive problem. Anybody that makes this a defensive problem doesn't know their ass from a hole in the wall. And that's just the truth. Literally, they don't know their ass from a hole in the wall. I mean, that's just insane. Defensive problem? Stop. Stop it. How many times this week on the shows? How many times this week on the shows with John telling me I'm stupid for even bringing it up? Amount of times he's told me that this year. I can't even keep count. Well, a lot of it turned out to be true. Sorry, John. How many times did I bring up the amount of points we were scoring in the second half of the year on teams? How many times? I brought up the Lions game, the Packers game, every game in the second half of the year. Well, the weather here and this here and this. We scored 19 today. Versus one of the worst defenses in football with barely any of their players left. 19 today. They scored 157 in 4 games in the postseason last year. $19 points today. Hendrick says, give Kyle the Eagles offense back-to-back Super Bowls. Hey, Hendricks, I got an unfortunate black pill for you, my friend. I got an unfortunate black pill for you. You ready for it? Here come all the haters. Bring it on. Here come all the haters. If Kyle Shanahan were the head coach of the Eagles, they would have traded Jalen Hurts 3 years ago. Just like they did with the guy they spent 4 first-round picks on. Kyle Shanahan doesn't want Jalen Hurts as type of quarterback. He wants an on-time, on-target thrower. That's what he wants. He's not running Kyle Shanahan's offense with this offense. In theory, it sounds great. He would never do it. Kyle Shanahan's not running this offense with this quarterback. His GM forced him to take Trey Lance. They traded 3 first-round picks to get him in the top of the draft, and he played like 4 games. He went with the last pick in the draft. He wanted Mac Jones, who he's now got on his roster. I think now he's going to want Jalen Hurts? That's not what he wants. Shanahan has a style of quarterback he wants. Jalen Hurts is not it. This offseason will be more entertaining than the season we had. I honestly agree. Here's Chasen. What's up, Chasen? Need a new head coach. This guy acts like a child on the field and can't produce. Needs a babysitter to watch over him. Chasen, he is a clown. Never been a fan. Never been a fan of his style. Never been a fan of his style. Here's MTVNTN. Something people aren't talking about is momentum. You can't expect AJ to come in clutch when all year never get him going. That's why he was talking. Yeah, but that's a bullshit cop-out. The ball hit you in your hands, dude. I don't really want to – oh, thanks. I paid you $32 million for momentum. No, I paid you $32 million to catch the football in big moments. The ball was there multiple times. Catch the ball. I mean, I've been defending A.J. Brown all year when he was bitching about this offense. All year. Brother, win or go home, the ball's hitting you in the hands, and you're not catching it. I mean, he's lucky that Jalen Hurts bailed him out on the 4th down there. 3rd and 5, he throws it right into his hands. Bounces off. He's got rocks for hands up there. I mean, you don't pay him for momentum. I get it's a factor. The fact of the matter is, though, the game is on the line and the ball hit your hands. Make the catch. Make the catch. I'm not saying that doesn't mean I think he was wrong earlier. I think he was right about the offense. I always said that. That doesn't mean he doesn't make the catch. Hendricks, Kyle coached the pants off. Kyle's a great coach. Great coach. Kyle's a phenomenal coach. Awesome offensive mind. Knows how to get the most out of his players and his team. Has forward-thinking schemes and designs. Knows his personnel like the back of his hand. That's why he's able to get the most out of players that, we can barely get AJ Brown the ball. He's got who I don't even know the guy's name anymore. DeMarcus something? What's his name? Guy had 120 yards on us today. What's his name? I don't even know his name. Kyle knows how to get him open. Kyle's an awesome coach. JH, we'll be back in 26-27. Like Sil says, this was never our year. We had lots of picks, and we'll have a new OC. Let them laugh now. It was the same in 23. JH, I think we're in a little bit of a different spot than 23. But like 23, we can correct it. We can correct it. Depends, though. It depends what black pill you're taking. Some taste worse than others. All right. Forza says, John can say whatever he wants. Patullo has no creativity. Look at the creativity that Shanahan had today with less players. I agree. Reichel says, Jeff likes the high-powered offenses. Don't be surprised if there are huge changes this offseason. I agree. The question is how big, because they are constrained by the roster and what they've done. Another thing Hogan's been talking about all year in our chat, but he's a 49er fan, so everybody just says he's a hater, but he's kind of right. I mean, the way the Eagles build is great because they can get a lot of talent, but if you need to make adjustments, it can be hard because they've backloaded everybody's contract. There's tons of dead cap hits, and the bill comes. Now, when the players are good and it works out, it's good because all you do is just kick the can down the road. Yeah, just re-up it, give them the money up front, and kick it back down the road. Boop, and you're good for another couple years. But if you need to make big changes, it becomes a little bit of an issue. Magic Man, I appreciate the comment. Grab the biggest cheesesteak and shove it up your ass, but if you could please stop spamming it. I think we've all seen it 600 times in 2 minutes. I'm going to block you because it's just annoying. I can't read anybody else's comment. All right, please, it's enough. All right, it's a funny comment. Not as funny as you thought, but it's funny. We see it. Here's Harv. Troy Aikman said this about the 08 Cowboys. Sometimes the most talented team isn't always a team. I think that's the offense, period. Harv, that's exactly it, my man. That's exactly it. Exactly it. Sean Mims, why are we running the ball in long distance? They don't believe in it. Maybe he's not that guy, and AJ drops balls but cried all year. Correct. 2nd and 10. Wait, let me read it to you one more time. Let me read it to you one more time. 2nd and 18. 2nd and 18 in the second half of a playoff game in a one-score game. 2nd and 18, run the ball. 2nd and 12, second half of a playoff game, run the ball. 2nd and 10, run the ball. 3rd and 13, run the ball. They don't even try. They don't even try and have an explosive offense. They don't even want to take the shot. Howie said, Max is blowtorch the offense now, Howie. Khaled, Carter is dog crap. Did not see him show up at all. Agreed. He didn't show up for shit. He made one sack where Purdy ran into his lap. And outside of that, he didn't do shit in the game. I mean, that's the guy we want to pay $36 million to. Playoffs, games on the line, he doesn't show up versus a shoddy interior offensive line. I know, the shoulders hurt. And guess what? My shoulders hurt too, Jalen. Everybody's do. Big Mike, look, AJ Aguilar didn't catch 2 balls that went straight through his hand. Some of our fan base say it doesn't have anything to do with the loss. Okay. AJ Aguilar is hilarious. Oh, my gosh. Big Mike, thanks for the laugh. AJ Aguilar. Oh, man. AJ Aguilar is brutal. Oh, no. Oh, man. AJ freaking Aguilar. Oh, gosh. You got to be kidding me, man. You have got to be kidding me. Oh, man. You know what's funny? I remember Aguilar making some big catches in playoff games, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, that's funny. That is funny. Big Mike, good one, brother. Reichel, thanks for the $2. Bed Story says, Patullo stinks, but the players didn't execute. Saquon, AJ Smith all had huge drops. Team had a ton of penalties. They lacked focus, and that's on the head coach. Agreed. Soccer says, settling for a field goal and not getting touchdowns. Too many 3rd and long. Why are we running on 2nd and long? Should have mixed Bigsby in more in second half. Another thing I tried to tell John, he acted like I legitimately needed to be put in a on the short bus for saying that I think maybe it would benefit the team to get Tank Bigsby a couple more touches. I don't know. I don't know. Gary, let's not forget Dallas is most likely gone too. Pipe dream. But I'd like to see them get Sadiq and then O-lineman rest of the draft. AJ's hands already on his new team anyway. Agreed. Elliot, thanks for the service, but pack your bags. I thanked him enough last year. See you, Jake Elliott. I mean, come on. Kickers are important in the playoffs, man. Kickers are important in the playoffs. You can't have a kicker that you have any trepidation with. Not at all. Can't do it. Can't do it. Here's Roll Philly. Roll, thanks for the chat, bro. Jalen's stats would have looked a lot better without those drops. Don't know if it makes a difference. Nick and KP got to go. We don't need a child at head coach. Man, you almost have to tip your cap to Roll Philly's ability to find every Jalen Hurts excuse humanly possible. You almost got to tip your cap, brother. We just got bounced by the depleted Niners at home in the playoffs. He had 168 yards through the air with some of the best receivers in football. Maybe they're not. And all he's got is excuses. Oh, Roll. At least you're consistent, brother. At least you're consistent. At least you're consistent. Oh, my back is hurting. Where's my boy HKP? Oh, man. This back is no good, man. I gotta fix this summer. I unfortunately have a lot of shit I gotta fix this summer, personally. So I'm gonna be tending to that. Zander times won't be as long, folks. Roll, thanks for the chat. Pump. Jalen Hurts can't even elevate a fart. F out of here, Jalen. That's pretty funny. I got good fart game. Ask my fiance. I got great fart game. JT Philly. AJ, get him out of here, Patullo. Get him out of here. Hashtag go Canes. That's good. Go Canes. I'll rock. I'm rooting for the Canes. That's a tough one, though, man. Bum-ass quarterback just lost to Shane Falco and the Sentinels. Oh, what a pull. What's that from? The movie? What's that movie called? The Replacements or something? What's that thing called? What's it called? That's funny. Bum-ass quarter. Jalen Knights, don't run the night. Yeah, The Replacements. Vitality, that's pretty funny. Cal, it says, get Landon Dickerson and Cam Jurgens off my team. Disgrace of an O-line, effing piece of shit offense. I'm going to cry myself to sleep tonight. Cal, don't cry yourself to sleep. There's bigger things in life than football. Dalton says, Doubt he'd want the responsibility, but I wouldn't hate if Vic was promoted to head coach and we hired an actual offensive coordinator. Get rid of Nick's meddling in the offense. I don't think it would go down that way. And I don't think Nick wants that, but he wants to be the defensive coordinator, dude. He doesn't want to deal with that. Roll Philly is still in the chat, caping for his boy. Gotta respect it. I don't have to like Nick and Hurts being back, but we gotta live with it. How's that for a black pill tonight? Oh no. Underdog just heard that comment and he's like, fuck it, man. I know Underdog is just, I don't know if he's listening right now, but if he is, he's rubbing his temples like this. Oh man. Curtis too. Curtis is like, oh gosh. That's the truth, though. It's the truth. Pianist, we got to try and make the most of it, man. I can't just be miserable about this forever. I can't just be miserable for the next couple of years, guys. All right. Consider a trade for if Joe Burrow's available. I don't care what it costs. I'm sending it. Are you kidding me? We'd be going to the Super Bowl every year with Joe Burrow. We won the turnover battle. Let's celebrate. That's pretty funny. Yeah, Curtis, that whacked him in the face. Here's Eddie B. What's up, Eddie? Dan, I guess number 5, Jay Hurts is still my bitch. Side number 4, Dak Prescott. Mark Holmes is right. Mark Holmes is going to have a good week on the Battle Royale. Stay focused. Says, at least we get first dibs at offensive coordinators this year. Hopefully they hire a real coach. Will it change anything? I don't know. Here's Aztec. Bang, bang, Niner gang, you losers. Your cheesesteaks suck too. We own you. Bow down to the Niner Empire. Oh, that's funny. That's a pretty good comment. Philly cheesesteaks don't suck if you go to the right spot, though. If you go to the right spot, saying a Philly cheesesteak sucks just means you got shitty taste buds. Philly cheesesteaks are fire. Give you a heart attack, but they're fire. Here's our Pump. Who the F wants to play here? We got a fullback coach playing as quarterback. Delusional ass fans, man. I'm glad our organization got humbled. Pump, you're funny. Here's Joshua. To excuse KP, and John says his execution, but what if the call they have to execute is a run on 2nd and 18? Explains why both run and pass struggled this season. Yeah, I think you're putting that on the wrong guy, though. That's not on KP. That's because they don't trust the quarterback. There's not another team in the league that would throw the ball on all those second downs I read to you in the second half of a playoff game. I'm sorry. There's no other explanation. Boy, this Keyshawn Booty, man, this dude is playing. It's 9-3 in the fourth quarter. A little bit of a snoozer. Papa Smurf, we needed this quick exit to self-reflect. Fair enough. James says, love you guys, but I don't want to hear players first today. Every game this season looked the same. Eagles have to learn and get a vet play caller. Yeah, I hope it helps. Mark Holmes with the $10 chat. Thanks, Mark. Welcome to the offseason. Grab a beer and sit your butt down and shut the F up. Can't hate on Mark for saying that, can you? HKP, is it? I'm not watching it. Defensive battle, obviously, 9-3 in the fourth quarter. Oh, they're going to get – oh, he escapes the sack. Oh, man, this Drake May kid is special. He's a special player. Good player, man. Joseph says, we will take Brown off your hands. We need a big receiver. Maybe he needs a change up the turnpike. Who's that? What are you a fan of? The Giants? Oh, and what? Get thrown balls from Jackson Dart? Jackson Dart's not that good. Jackson Dart's not that good. Now you want a green? You want the blue pill tonight? Jackson Dart's not that good. He's not. I don't fear that guy at all. Junito, I'm not surprised. Are you? What else do we expect? Yeah, thanks, Junito. Corporate Pumper says, Get this straight. The Jalenites are blaming all this on coaches. So they put their hand in Hurts' ass and ventriloquist that pass into triple coverage. I don't know where else he could have thrown it, dude. Nobody was there. Nick, I'll get to it. I'll get to all of them. Philly French, thank you, bro. I got that one. Eagle Vania says, not enough tank. No passes in the middle. Nothing past the sticks unless go balls. No rhythm or tempo. Nick is immature. KP the water boy. Wow. SMH. Wow, you're rambling. Alvino, promote Vic to head coach. You're a Cowboy fan. Shut up. Fox Fire, dude. Thanks, bro. Appreciate the $5. Pumper, QB only wants to throw deep balls, hitches, and needs to roll right to C. Can't play cold weather. Only likes shotgun. Can't read zone and doesn't want to run the ball. Now ask yourself, is that a mid-quarterback? Jeez. When you put it that way, Pump. Wait a second. Should we fact check Pump here? Let's fact check Pump. QB only wants to throw deep balls. Check. That's their preferred route when they push the ball. Hitches, correct. Led the league. Needs to roll right to C. Heard Brady say that tonight. Can't play cold weather. I would urge everybody to look up Hurts' stats in cold weather. It's not great. Only likes shotgun confirmed. Can't read zone. I don't know if that's true or not. He does struggle against zone D and doesn't want to run the ball. The evidence would prove that to be somewhat correct. Good day for the Brian Pumpers of the world. King Dizzo, give Sirianni pom-poms because he does nothing for this team. And don't even give him pom-poms. King Dizzy again, or Dizzo. The play schemes are some of the worst I've ever seen, man. We should never hire in-house for OC again. Brian Fleming, who is throwing Come on, Brian. Don't say that. I'm speechless. Pathetic performance on several levels. Devin Parker, thanks, bro. Appreciate you, man. Hope you've been doing well. Member for 15 months. Nazzy Naz. Only person that gave Eagles an opportunity on offense was Jalen. I know it hurts to say it. I don't know if I disagree with that today. Jalen was trying. Not just not enough. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I have bad expectations for quarterbacks. I don't know. To me, you're the quarterback. Like you're either gonna take what you got around you. You're gonna take the players that you got, and you're gonna turn it into something good, or you're not. And that's what separates great quarterbacks. Josh Allen takes a load of shit and makes it into a five-star, three-course meal. There was a lot of drops. Look at that beautiful pass by May. He's got a lot of beautiful passes, bro. Drake May can flat out play. Drake May can flat out play ball. It's funny you say this. Josh has good coaches. Hey, Zeta, go read people in Buffalo. They want the coach fired and they want the OC fired. They've wanted them fired for years. What an ironic comment. That fan base has been crying for McDermott and Brady to get fired for years. This is exactly what all their fans say. Joe Brady sucks and so does McDermott. Funny you should say that. He's got good coaches because he makes plays. That's why you think he's got good coaches. Touchdown, Hunter Henry? I said Hunter Henny. Speaking of the Henny, I'm sure a couple people got their bottle of Henny out. Any white people drinking Henny, or is that exclusively the black guy drink? I don't know. You tell me. You guys are more cultured on booze than me. I know all the brothers I was boys with in college and high school loved Henny. The one dude I was friends with, I'll never forget this guy. He was on the football team in Alabama. He loved my dog. I'm not going to say his name because I don't want you to look. I don't want to get him in trouble. He loved Henny. He always brought over Henny to my apartment. Jay Rizzo says he's got his. Oh, that's funny. White people drink it, but it's definitely a black guy drink. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Got mine. Jay Rizzle's got his. Tequila. Keith's got his tequila. Cullen says, I drink Henny. All right, good shit. That's funny. That's funny. Here's Nazi. Thank you. F. Hammond. We won the turnover battle, but lost the game. Yes, we did. Thank you, Hammond. Pumper, Hurts, AJ, KP, Barkley, Dotson, Juergens, Adoree, and Reed. Get the F off my precious team. Bunch of tomato cans lined up, ready to get popped. Brian Pumper is easily the funniest chatter we have. It's really not close. It's really not close. It's really not close. Dennis Wood, KP and Nick Kotite need to go. Give us a real OC. Let's see what happens. John says you need a passing quarterback. It's simple concepts because Jalen is not a passing quarterback. He is too predictable. That's why they leaned on the run game. John, common sense would say you're on to something. DRNO says Eagles need a quarterback. Thanks for the super chat. Common Electra says, not to sound like a sore loser, but on that last touchdown by the Niners, clear holding on the offensive. Well, you sound like a sore loser. Black Pope says, why no jump ball to A.J. Brown? He couldn't catch anyway. What's the difference? When the Atlanta Falcons had Julio, they always threw jump balls in the red zone. Yeah, we don't do that, Black Pope, for some reason. By the way, classic name. Look at his picture. He's got like an AI picture of a Black Pope. That's pretty funny. The Holy Father. Look, you guys want to see the Holy Father? Check this out. Look at this. Look at this. Look at my Pope Leo bobblehead. Yeah, buddy. How's that for the Holy Father? Pope Leo. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go, Pope Leo. Classic. How's that? Vitality. Thanks, brother. Nick has some soul searching to do. Tough detailed together is a rotting carcass. Wow. That's a good phrase, Vitality. A rotting carcass. Plus 2 turnover margin didn't mask the offensive undisciplined nature. What a good comment. That's a good comment from Vitality. All right. Here's JT. Patullo, Elliott, Blankenship, AJ. Patullo's gone. Elliott's probably gone. Blankenship's gone. AJ. Yeah, probably right about all 4 of them. The MFer threw a jump ball to a 5'9" John Dotson, guarded by a 6'2" corner. Yeah, it's not the quarterback's fault. Yo, what was he doing? Even Brady was like, dude, you got AJ one-on-one. Why are you going to Dotson? And that ball was awfully thrown. I don't know what that was. Probably one of the worst throws of the day. This guy says whites are. I'm not racist. What? Saying you guys like Henny? Is that racist now? Oh, come on. Don't be so sensitive. Don't be so sensitive, bro. You sound like a little bitch. Is that racist too? I'm sure it is. Who knows? I don't even know. Does anybody even know what that means anymore? I mean, holy shit. That's a hilarious comment, though. We throw a jump ball to Jahan Dotson in the end zone. I mean, you have got to be kidding me. You have got to be kidding me. Swoosh says, somehow, some way, McMullen is going to defend this dog shit offensive coaching. Please don't bring up the drops either. Let's not be dense. Yeah, right. The offense sucks anyway, with or without the drops. That's pretty funny. Here's Fleming. So do you think the front office will even notice that promoting an inexperienced play caller leads to getting embarrassed in the first round again? No, I don't. I don't know. Maybe they will. Who knows, man? We'll find out. Gary, AJ's hands already on his new team. See you later, Kevin. Agreed about both. Q says, all that risk-averse turnover battle shit is dead. Fire the FNOC, trade AJ, and let's keep it pushing. I'm effing sick. Wow, that's a good comment. That's a good comment. Here is Your favorite underrated. Eagles might have a huge facelift going into next season. 2 turnovers, 3 points, and a total of 19 points against a bruised and battered Niners team. When you say facelift, what exactly do you mean there? You think they're going to improve the personnel and offense a lot? Like what does that mean? Fly goes fly says when he made. I guess you're talking about the Henny comment. My wife's face when he made. All right, wait. Fly goes fly. Let me get this right. You are a black lady, and you are married to a white lady. Is that right? Is that what I'm picking up here? Are you drinking Henny right now? That would be the next crazy coincidence. Are you drinking Henny right now, or let me guess, you got a bottle on the shelf? That's funny. Yeah, sometimes you got to be a little off the cuff. I think that's a good thing, Here's Mike. Fire Petullo, make him walk home through Kensington. Jesus Peace Music says, Angela was right, and I called it when Menon was made OC, one and done. Well, that's what happened. A-Team, 25 was a throwaway season for Howie, 100% facts. No, it wasn't, A-Team. That's a cop-out, A-Team. Dude, that's a cop-out. That is a total and complete cop-out. It was not a throwaway season. If it was a throwaway season, why'd he make 13 trades? Why'd he make 13 trades? A throwaway season. A-Team, you don't even believe that, A-Team. You're just trying to make yourself feel better. A throwaway season. Herb Brooks, once again. What is this, a throwaway game up in Rochester? Classic. Classic. I hope one of my post-game guests comes on drinking Henny tonight. That'd be iconic. Pumper says, Howie does not know how to build teams post-Super Bowl. That nerd needs to be held accountable. I don't know, Pump. Was this on Howie, bro? I don't think this was on Howie, Pumper. Offense didn't execute. Dude. Life is for living says, Henny is good. What do y'all like? Beer? Yo, life is for living. I haven't drank a sip of beer in literally probably 10 years. I was in college. I'm like, get beer away from me. That shit is nasty. I'm not a big drinker, so I'm not the guy to go off of. I don't drink much, if ever. I haven't drank since my brother's wedding. I think it was like 3 years ago. Oh, shoot. I just lost my place in the Super Chats. I got it. Here's Pump. Got it. Go Birds. I'm just here for J-Mack to tell me I'm an idiot and other offenses in the league are He'll tell you that. Don't worry. He's been telling me that all year. Lethal Gaming. I had no faith in the offense once the 49ers scored. Jamie says, got to get a new OC. They will. Dirty Date. We got destroyed by a practice squad receiver. Yes, we did. Kimberly. Exactly, Silk. This is horrible. Sills. This is horrible Sirianni football. 18. Between AJ's attitude and the situation, there is no way AJ isn't gone. It's like the narrative wrote itself. No one deserves new extensions, big changes. I agree. No one really deserves crazy extensions. Freddie says, so many penalties, ridiculous performance from us. Pumper says, your QB is not that guy. Put some damn respect on Sweaty, Milton, Rogers, and Kellen's name. Jail night, you bums. Joe High, offense was shut down in the second half. Story of the year. Agreed. 18. Every time J-Mack was super confident, the Eagles lost. Sports betting a coincidence, ? Niners look way better than us. This is an embarrassing team and so many changes needed. I'm disgusted with this team. Lord have mercy. Nice, A-Team. That one's better than your other chat. Uh-oh, is that a fumble? 16-3, the Patriots are leading. Wow, 5 sacks to 4 sacks. Wow. This team was doomed the moment AJ and Siri. I read that already. Go Birds. You guys might be upset, but I'm relieved I don't have to waste another second. Pumper. They told me it was Hurt season. Ended up being Brian Pumper season. That was a good comment. 1 KO, he's open, but can't catch shit, AJ. Trade that MF for Reed Blankenship. Peace. JT, good comment. Riot says, hey, John, how good is KP now? John, tell me again how great he is. Tell me how Nick had his guys focused and ready to execute. They're bums. I don't care how many wins he has. Fire both of them and tell me about the EPA and how high it is. That's a great comment. J-Mack needs to eat some crow. I agree with that comment. Alexander Harris, thank you, brother. So we read that one. Jair, get Sirianni and this philosophy out of here. Bring in McDaniel. No. Domenico, finally time to fire Nick. Fake joke clown carried. Here's Nyla. John, Mr. Absolute McMullen. Bears suck and will lose, and I guarantee the Eagles win. I bet he undersells his wrong opinion. He did say that about both those games. He said the Packers were to lock it a week, and the Eagles would easily beat the 49ers. Oh, man, tough takes for J-Mack this week. Tough takes for J-Mack this week. All right. Tough takes for J-Mack this week. Here's our pump. 13 billion trades and 2 retirements midseason. Quarterback, wide receiver drama, head coach, wide receiver drama, MF and soap opera. It all comes back to Little Caesars and Met Galas. That's pretty good. Romeo Talon, I have said this all year long. I told y'all Nick is the issue. Y'all can say whatever y'all want. That play calling was trash second half. Some Tecmo Bowl plays. The L was predictable. Here's Khaled. Would you be surprised if Nick gets fired? The coaching pool is very strong. He's not going to get fired. Tony Cadillac. I like that name. Tony, one of the greatest old school Italian names of all. Anthony. I assume your name is Anthony and you go by Tony. That's like my Uncle Tony. He's an icon. He's a legend. Anthony. I got a cousin, Anthony. My confirmation name is Anthony. Iconic name here. And then he slaps the Cadillac onto the end of it. Nothing like a Cadillac. Give me that Escalade. All right? Or that CT5. Come on, man. Tony says, you either go with a clutch quarterback like Jalen or a prolific passer like Dak and Herbert who choke. Hard to get both in a package. It's a very true comment. All right? Has his own logo. It's a fire logo. TC. Thank you, Tony Cadillac. Love the name, brother. I assume you're a paisano. I'll get to your... Wait, whose super chat did I miss? Who said that? Rob got you. I'll get you, brother. Don't worry. I'm getting it, dude. It's coming up. It's coming up. It's coming up. I see it. It's in like 4. Nick R. Why not run Hurts more in the biggest game of the season? Why was Hurts sliding in the biggest situation? Because he doesn't want to run. Nobody wanted to believe the report. He doesn't want to run. He doesn't want to run anymore. Pumper says, Zander, drop your chair to the lowest setting, then take your left hand and cover your left eye. That is what Jalen Hurts sees on a daily basis. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh, Brian Bumper. This dude is hilarious. Oh, gosh. Oh, Pump. Here's Tony Cadillac again. Tony, thank you, brother. Even the GOAT, Tom Brady, was saying how Jalen was rolling out right in the clean pocket to see better over the O-line when he should have progressed through his reads. Yeah, I heard him say that. Here's Rob. Rob, thanks, man. Eagles will fire KP or fire Nick and make KP the head coach. KP will hire Dan Orlovsky as the new OC. Then you'll trade Jalen Hurts for Geno Smith. Rob, this is the super chat you wanted me to read? Congratulations, Rob. I'm up to 132 super chats. And that was the single stupidest super chat I have read yet today. Brian Pumper, Brian Pumper, you're in a lead today, my man. And there's nobody even close. This dude, Brian Pumper, put a clinic on in the super chats today. Not even close. This dude put up a masterclass performance. This dude got MVP of the show today. Rob, this super chat sucked, dude. I can't believe you made me get to this. Here's Roll Philly. Pump, the last time we saw your guys out there, one threw the ball away on 4th down for the game. The other guy was facing the wrong way on a touchdown. Well, what did Jalen just do? Tanner threw it out of bounds. Jalen threw it into 3 defenders. What's the difference? Come on, Roll Philly. Not the day for that comment. Plus, he was throwing all backups. Come on, man. It's a dumb comment at this time of the year. Here's Pump. Roll Philly definitely whips himself watching Hurts 22 highlights while sitting on his number one Hurts bedspread. What a cuckleberry. Nick R says, I was at the game. AJ got to make those plays if he's bitching all year. How is the atmosphere, Nick? Were the fans pissed off? How was the atmosphere, Nick? Oh, I love when people start chirping Pumper because he spends money. Pump, don't let these brokies bring you down. I appreciate you supporting the channel. Today's a Brian Pumper feast. A number one bedspread. I could actually see Roll Philly having that. I really could. Roll Philly, be honest. Do you have a Jalen Hurts fathead? Tell me, Roll. Don't lie. Do you have a Jalen Hurts fathead? Did Nikki answer me yet? How was the atmosphere at the game? Daniel, look at Daniel. Go back to your miserable weather and existence. You got nothing. Yo, I love Philly, and I like the weather. What are you talking about? And I don't got nothing. I got a great existence. Screw you, jerk off. Here's a JH. Realistically, what trades picks can we get for AJ? Probably like a 3. Probably like a 3. Yes, we was pissed the F off. Thank you, Nick. Morty says, did he just add? I know, Morty. I just wanted him. I wanted him to give me a little bit more, Morty. It was supposed to be like set the stage and maybe open it up a little bit. You know, it wasn't a rhetorical question, Morty. Roll, this is the best comment you've ever made. Roll, people shit on me in the chat. I'm the same way, dude. I don't do anything around the house. Roll says, Zander, I'm 31 years old with a wife and a kid. You think I pick bedspreads? Y'all sound like the bitches picking comforters and shit. Roll Philly, that's a good revenge comment right there, brother. I like that comment. That's a classic comment. F. Hammond says, who are we rooting for now? All right, I'd like to hear who you guys are rooting for because I got a take on this, and I don't think you guys are going to like it. I don't think you guys are going to like it. I might root for the Bears in the NFC. I kind of like the Bears, and I fucking hate the AFC. Keith says nobody. Well, obviously nobody, but I'm going to watch. Nah, I'm rooting for the Bears. Give me the Bears. Give me the Bears and Ben Johnson. I like Caleb and I like Ben. Bills? I could see that. Steelers, yeah, but they're not going anywhere. The Niner hate is hilarious. I don't think it's that big. And Chuck Hutton. Hurts syrup dried up. Chuck, you had to hit me with a Hurts syrup, didn't you? All right, let's do this post-game show. Did I get all the super chats? Let me check. Here's the link in the chat. I'm only sending it once. Here, we got a couple more supers. I got to read them. Here's Knight. How bad was that timeout from Sirianni at the end? Sirianni's a stiff. Pumper, riddle me this, Zander. What type of quarterback is Jalen Hurts if he doesn't want to run? Man, that MF returned his back on the organization with this proclamation. Oof. Here's James Gaming. To be honest, feels like Shanahan drew up more routes for fullback Kyle Juszczyk than Patullo did for AJ. Oh, gosh. Juszczyk had like, how do you say that guy's name? Juszczyk? I know Juszczyk is like the nickname. I don't know. I'll just rock with that for now. Who knows? He had like 50 yards through the air, I think. Guy had like a 30-yard game. 30-yard completion, I thought. I mean. Here, got you. Yeah, we got that one. Here's Domenico. Nick's in charge of culture, effort, offense, and adjustments and did nothing to help this team. Fire him on Monday. Hats off to Fangio, Howie, and Lurie. All right, so Domenico, while I understand your frustration, are you honestly of the belief that the head coach that won a Super Bowl 11 months ago is going to be fired? Because he's not. Mike says top contenders to land Patullo as head coach. Nobody. 13 billion trade. Oh, I got that one. All right, I think I got all the supers. Thanks everybody for the supers. Appreciate it. Let's go to the chat. I got Joe Whipp and O-line Guru coming up. Let's go to Joe Whipp right here on the post-game show. Joe, welcome in, my man.
Hey, Zander.
1 and done, Joe.
Well, I should have put money on it. I had the Niners 23-20.
Wow.
So I was off by. I
had the Eagles 23-20.
Nah, this offense is just. I'm tired of being gaslit by the organization and fucking J-Mack, who's looking at living in a different universe than we are. This offense has not improved. Okay, you hire a first-time coordinator. They didn't improve at all during the season. Matter of fact, they got worse. They run 5 fucking patterns. The defense sits on them. They know what's coming. So my philosophy is, obviously, KP's got to go. Whoever's responsible for this offense, I don't give a shit if it's Nick. He's got to go too. They can't run this offense. They can't get rid of Hurts because of the cap hit.
Yeah, but Joe, you're smart enough to know that that's not happening.
It may not, okay? But look, this offense, if they don't make the correct decisions this offseason, you heard it here first, they will not make the playoffs next year, okay? They have to get the O-line fixed. So I expect this week you're going to hear Landon Dickerson's undergone knee surgery, and Cam Jurgens has undergone a second back surgery. And I fully believe that Lane Johnson will retire because of his foot. He can't support that weight on that foot. I just think it's time for him to retire. So in the offseason, they've got to fix the offensive line. They've got to get rid of A.J. Brown. The juice isn't worth the squeeze. I'm sorry. There's just, today was pathetic.
Yeah.
And I pointed out several times during the season when he's given up on routes, he's got to go.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
I agree.
And then people talk about that pass to Dotson. Dotson didn't even try to come back for the ball.
Dude, he could have gave it a world-class effort, Joe.
I've watched guys all weekend.
Jahan Dotson could have turned into Megatron for a play. He wasn't
didn't
getting
even
that
try. I see these little guys who actually fight for the ball. He didn't even fight for the ball.
I don't think he thought the ball was coming to him.
Well, maybe not. Probably shouldn't have been.
He said they got A.J. Brown one-on-one. There's no way they're throwing to me.
And they got this Darius Cooper guy out there blocking and getting penalties.
Yeah.
After he spun the ball last week.
Wow, plenty of problems to go around. You're going to Darius Cooper and the whole.
The coach there's no accountability on this team. The guys make the same mistake every week, and they're still on the field. I want to see some accountability. I feel bad for Barkley. Barkley was getting the shit beat out of him, and that one, people think he's lost it. Did you see that jump cut? He basically 2 guys whiffed on blocks, and he jump cut to the left and got 8 yards.
Yeah, that was a great play.
I mean, he still has it. So they've got a major changes in this team. They can't run this offense out. And Jalen doesn't like doing this. Jalen doesn't like doing that. Well, if he doesn't like doing it, get rid of him, because they can't run the same shit. You should have heard Jason Avant. I mean, the offense, Valley Forge Middle School's 8th grade football team has a more intricate offense than the Eagles run. I mean, it's got to the point where I'm glad the season's over. I have audio reviews I have to write to make some money. It frees up some time.
There you go.
And you're talking about what I'm rooting for. I'm rooting for spring. That's what
you're looking at. When is your flight to Naples? That's my question.
Well, I have this 9-week-old puppy.
Oh, that's right. You got the puppy. You're not going to Naples anytime soon, Joe.
No, in February. My wife's going down in a week.
Okay, February.
She's got to come back for my niece's bridal shower.
Yeah, all right.
So by the time she comes back for the bridal shower, she's almost house trained. So that's good.
Wow, you're moving along pretty well.
Yeah, well, I've been spending all my time down here in the theater room because the
why.
door to the outside is nearby.
No, if you just let her out, there you go. It's
I
perfect.
just take her out every couple hours, but she's getting good.
All right,
But
Joe. Well, I don't know where this team's going to go, man. I really don't.
Well, they have a lot of decisions to make, and frankly, Howie didn't exactly, I mean, some of the guys he let go for nothing.
Yeah, but I don't think Howie's in the top 5 of problems.
No, he's not. But Kenny Gainwell, why did they let him go for $2 million?
Yeah, were we going to use them like they're using them in Pittsburgh?
Well, they used them like they used them last year here. He was productive last year, and then they let Fred Johnson go, and they had to re-sign him. I mean, Howie didn't exactly have a great offseason. So he's got to, and they have to get somebody to replace Adoree Jackson. He's just a hole out there.
Yeah, he is.
They have to find somebody. He was a
temporary guy anyway. He was a 1-year guy.
They have to find somebody. So in the draft, I mean, first pick, I'm picking an offensive lineman.
Me too.
They've got to replace the offensive line, and God forbid you can't have Matt Pryor.
Wait, you want to hear the ironic part about this moment? As you speak about some of the players, how he left. Milton Williams just got his 3rd sack of the game.
Oh, Milton Williams, I actually feel bad for Justin Herbert. The only offense in
Milton
the
Williams is a beast.
Yeah, the only offense in the playoffs worse than the Eagles is the Chargers.
Well, they got no offensive line.
They've been beating the shit out of Herbert all game. I'm just sitting, I had the sound off, so I'm listening to you.
Yeah.
And he's just getting the shit beat out of him.
Yeah, he is.
I actually feel bad for him. And I don't feel bad for too many football players.
Yeah, Pat's going to win the game. All right, man. Your final thought here, Joe. I got some people to get to.
My final thought is spring can't come soon enough.
Enjoy the golf, Joe. Maybe we'll link up this summer and get around
hopefully.
together.
I think our course reopens in June, and it's
spectacular. Oh, wow, that's great. No?
Well, we closed for a year. We rebuilt we took the course.
Construction. It's not like a seasonal thing.
No, we took the course back to its original Donald Ross design, and it's spectacular.
Wow, Donald Ross, that's great.
Yeah, so it's spectacular.
All right, enjoy that, Joe.
Take it easy.
Appreciate you, brother. Thanks for joining in every week this season. Later,
all right, ciao.
Thanks, Joe Whipp. Appreciate Joe Whipp joining me here. Let's go to O-Line Guru. Set to join me on the post-game show. He joins you right now. Caleb, what's up, my man? How you doing?
Heartbroken, Zander. I'm heartbroken, man. Honestly, as a fan, I'm heartbroken. Now, I definitely have a few intellectual takes that I definitely can run down on. But first, as just a human, I'm heartbroken.
Me too.
I'm heartbroken, man. We underperformed today. Players, coaches, everybody.
Didn't we?
Absolutely, certainly. Players and coaches. This ain't just coaches. This ain't players and coaches. Underperformed all year, man, including today. It's heartbreaking, but the window ain't closed yet. I am optimistic about next year. I don't think the road's going to be as easy as it would have been this year, though. I think it's going to be a lot of Giants next year. Not like literally the Giants, but like a lot of Giant teams next year. I think Dallas is going to be a lot better. I think, so it's heartbreaking this year because I think for a team of our caliber, this is supposed to be easy back-to-back. For our caliber, the way the playoffs played out, with the teams left in the NFL, it was supposed to be a lot back-to-back. It was. Like, talent-wise. Like, if you look at the rosters, you feel me? That's just honest. You know what I'm saying? So, but I have a few things I do want to say, though. This is where I'm going to get off my chest. I've been saying we've undervalued the offensive line, and we do that by not valuing how bad they've been and how important it is that they haven't been playing well. The offensive line obviously has been the biggest issue this year. With that being said, my boys need some grace, man. They ran the tush push and ran for 2,000 yards last year, man. I know Cam Jurgens in that middle running that tush push with 600 pounds at his neck and his head. Every single time when he's trying to do that tush push, his back is probably gone. Landon Dickinson came in banged up, and he gave everything he had last year. And that's just real, bro. Like, we're undervaluing the banged up that the running and the tush push took on the offensive line. And I think we're talking a little greasy on the offensive line, like, oh, they're not getting it done. Well, yeah, they didn't get it done because we got a bowl out of it. Let's be clear now. We got a bowl out of it. And it was a lot of tush push and run game. With that being said, honestly, we do need to figure out if they're going to be healthy or not, and we need to make the decision from there. But I do just want to caveat that tush push, man, and that run game on them bodies is unbelievable. That's 600 pounds on Cam Jurgens.
It really is. It's too much, dude.
Yeah, like we got a bowl out of it. Now we got to keep saying that. We got a bowl out of it. But you know
what else we can say out of it? It might have effectively ended or shut our window quicker than we wanted it to. We got a bowl, but
I think our offensive line took a hit that we couldn't even imagine.
Well, like you said at the start, how important are they? You know, and if they're that important, and the tush push and all that crap ruined it or lessened them, then that's a big factor.
I'll say this though, and I'm standing on this: a healthy Cam Jurgens is a top 5 center in the NFL.
I can't, bro. My black pill is that guy ain't never going to return to form.
Now, I'm not disagreeing there because it's a health issue, but I am saying if he is healthy, he's a top 5 center. I'm telling you, if he's healthy. Now, with the type of issue that he has, anytime I hear neck and back for offensive lineman, I'm not lying, Zander.
Yeah.
That's bad, bro. You feel me? That just being honest, man. That's bad. You know what I'm saying? But Landon Dickerson, only reason why I don't like his injuries because he came in injured. He came in with a knee problem, and he's a big guy, and he's an earth mover. That's his advantage. So him slowing down a bit could be detrimental, you know what I'm saying? But them boys did take a lot out of themselves, you know, just to do what they do. AJ Brown, he hurt me today, but I ain't even tripping on that. This is what I do want to leave and propose, though. I just don't know what we'll look like without AJ Brown. Let's be very clear.
I said that.
Let's be very clear. Sure, he underperformed today. Sure, he's a headache. And sure, it's been a lot. But do we want to add an offense without an AJ Brown to that? I don't know. I'm just being honest. Now, everybody's saying, how can we afford it? How can we do that? No AJ Brown offense. You have to realize, Zander. No AJ Brown offense, a lot of quarterbacks will struggle with this offense that we have without an AJ Brown. Not just Jalen Hurts. Like,
how much do you think Hurts is responsible for the offense that they run?
I think he's responsible for a good bit of it, but I think the way that is ran, this is my pushback on the Hurts and KP thing. This is me as a player, and this is my point of view. You know how John always talks about coaches always say it's the players, and I understand that as a coach. It is always that's going to be your point of view. You ask any great player, they're going to say, if it wasn't for my coaches really believing in me and coaching up to my style, coaching up to my pluses, I wouldn't be what I would have been. Jason Kelce says all the time he's an undersized center, but he's explosive. He's great on the second level. He does great even on the third level, great in open space. He found the offensive line coach that is willing to cater to his pluses. Let's get him on some double teams. Let's not leave him one-on-one with big guys a lot. Let's get him in open space. Let's get him on the second level. They found the offensive line coach that believed in him and catered to his style. With that being said, today's loss, Jalen Hurts had to play better. And I'm willing to say that. And at first, I was a little bit out on that, but then I thought about it. I'm like, man, it's a playoff game.
Yeah,
if he had it's a playoff game, so the level is up. I think that our great defense got us a little arrogant, if I'm being honest. Maybe even our offense, like, oh, we got a great defense, I can chill. I feel like that was the vibe. Like, oh, we got a great defense, we'll be fine. I think it got us a little arrogant, and it came back and bit us. I understand our offense underperformed, but I do think it was a bit of arrogance in the room a little bit. We went back to the Super Bowl. We won it. Like, we'll be fine. We'll figure it out. We have a great defense. And I think that arrogance kind of showed itself today. But back to Jalen Hurts and how much of it, I think more of the issue, bro, is the play caller. And I'm going to stand on that. I understand the whole his play style isn't pass heavy or pass volume. But I always push back on that and say, Zander, what quarterbacks with that pass volume has won without a great situation? And he got it done in that situation. Now, the question, the rebuttal I think you might ask is, what's the time clock on Jalen Hurts type of play? Like, how long does that last? Like, how long does that type of play last? Like, I know we got a Super Bowl out of it, Caleb. I know we went to 2, but still, as it ran out, what's the time clock on that? I just think, and I told you this stat from the very beginning, Xander. There's never been a first-time play caller to win the Super Bowl. And the type of quarterback we have, we need a veteran play caller. And we need somebody to nurture that. If we are able to nurture that, we'll win the Super Bowl. It's quite that simple. I really do believe that. Like, it's really that simple. We have the wide receivers. We have the running back. The offensive line took a hit this year, though, man. I think we do need to, acknowledge that.
Yeah, and it's not just one, brother. I mean, you're looking at multiple changes potentially in the offensive line.
Yes, man, and that's going to be tough. Now, don't get me wrong. Let's be very clear. Jeff Allen's the best in the world. Let's get this out the way. He's the best in the world, and if anybody had to make a change, that's the man to make the change. Let's be very clear on that. But
you need the Jimmies and the Joes, dude. And if the Jimmies and the Joes that you got that are under contract for $21 and $20 million each, respectively, and Landon Dickerson and Cam Jurgens, and they can't play, I don't give a shit if Jeff Stoutland, you know what, he can't do it.
Yeah, if they gonna have to play them, because I was kind of wondering why. I think we played them too soon, Xander. I'm being so sincere.
I know, I agree.
Like they played game 1, brother.
Do you think Stoutland will retire?
Well, we better pray not.
Vic is 67 too, dude.
How old is Vic?
Vic is 67, I believe.
Nah, we're good at that. Vic might be older.
67, bro. 67.
He's 67.
He'll be 68 in August. Jeff Stoutland is what? 63.
Oh yeah, we got more years out of him for sure. These guys are the type of guy Vic Fangio is. He's a football guy, bro. That's what I love about him.
I know. Right?
He's such a football. As a former player, I played in college, not in the league or nothing, but you love playing for guys like that. He just eats, sleep. No matter if you paid him $100 million, he'll just be a basic guy that loves football. It don't matter how much you pay Fangio. But I'm gonna leave you with this because I know you gotta go. Real talk, Xander, and I'm standing on this. I get the whole, regardless of the play caller, the offense is going to be the offense thing. I vehemently disagree with that. I mean, I can't disagree with that more. I think we undervalue how much rhythm play calling matter. And when John says it's always the players, yes, Xander, by the playbook, every play should work if everybody do their job. As a football player, you know that. Every play is designed to work every single time when you call it. Yes. So, yes, by design, if somebody mess up, it looks bad. But we can't act as if there aren't certain plays that is better for the situation. And leaving that out is just crazy.
I agree.
Now, am I saying that we'll have Joe Montana? No. Am I saying with a good comparable offense, a coordinator that knows what he's doing, can we get back to the Super Bowl? Absolutely. Can we have a competent offense? Absolutely. Without a doubt. For sure. The ignoring of the incompetence from play calling this year in the rhythm of the play calling and saying is just because of the style of quarterback play. Well, we got to realize that once again, the history's too deep. 2 Super Bowls are all pro and winning one. At some point, we got to be like, yes, his play style ain't great, but goodness, we know he can do something. Second and down, like you said, all them second and third downs, running the ball, all them third downs in them horrible situations. I don't care if I had me back there at quarterback. We're trying to win the game. That's not a good decision. I don't care if you don't believe I can throw the ball.
Yeah, right.
We shouldn't be doing that. We shouldn't. I don't care if I'm back there, Xander. Do you get what I'm saying? Jalen Hurts' incompetence in those decisions does not matter at that point. It's a bad call.
What do you make of the fact that they designed it for him?
Well, it's a bad design then. I don't care if the design's a bad design then. They can design it for him, and it could be a bad design. Yeah. It's a horrible design. Redesign it then. Okay. You want me to tell you what's crazy? Yes, it could be designed for him, but can we maybe say maybe it's a bad design?
Yeah, that's fair. All right, brother, I gotta run.
Go Birds, man. I know I might not talk to you in a while, man, because the season over. GG's,
that's
brother.
True, bro. It was a long time since I talked to you. That's true.
Yeah.
So last year we got to talk till February.
Yeah, man. So, man, shout out, man. Appreciate it for everything. Go Birds. We'll be all right. Hold on. Nick Sirianni needs some grace too. I don't love everything, but same way if I'm giving Hurts grace because of resume, I'm gonna have to give Nick Sirianni the same grace. I got to be consistent.
It hurts. How about if
I got. You said what?
How about if you don't want to give it to either of them?
And guess what? I'm gonna tell the same way you be saying black pill. I'm gonna give you a black pill, Xander. Two Super Bowls and winning one. Swallow it, brother.
Yeah,
swallow it. It is what it is. I'm betting on that rather than the field any day. That's just 100. I am. I'm betting on that rather than the field. It is what it is.
We'll see what happens. All right, brother. I appreciate it, man. Good talking with you.
All right.
Later, dude. That's my boy. Oh, Jay, my bad, Herman. I'm coming to you next. I meant to click him off, and he left, and then I clicked you by accident. All right, let me get to Josh Herman joining me right now in the post game. Josh, what's up, man? How you doing?
I got the emotion out of me, nice and early, so I'm a little bit more calmed down now, a little more clear and level.
Wait, let me real quick. Can I pull up your super chat? It was pretty.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Let me go find it. Here it is.
That
Fire this useless ass head coach and OC. We're first round. We got plenty of time to find somebody and get rid of this below average, middle of the pack quarterback throws into triple coverage for the game and looked like complete ass. Half choke squad.
Yeah, that was literally probably 5 minutes after the game. Like you guys hadn't even gone on the air yet, and I was sitting there typing, just raging, just just letting it out. But now that I'm a little more calmer and emotions are stabilized, let's talk about what we actually can do. Right, I think you're right. Jalen Hurts isn't going anywhere, regardless of what I think about him. Nick Sirianni's probably not going anywhere. I like what Sills had to say, and I didn't watch all the postings, so I'm gonna get to it later. But he's right. If I'm Jeffrey Lurie and I'm sitting down there, I'm looking at the checkbook, and I say I'm paying $200 million to these guys, and you just lost to the scrub team for the 49ers defense, and not only did you lose to them, you are 32nd and what? 32nd and what? Why am I paying these guys this money? And matter of fact, why are you on my payroll too with all this talent that I have around you? Like those are questions that have to be answered for, you know?
I agree with that, yeah.
Again, Kevin Patula is obviously going to get the boot. But then who do you get to replace him? You know, are you going to be able to get a Vic Fangio type guy on offense who's going to tell Nick, look, go sit in your box, go do what it is you're going to do, and let me run this offense. Okay. Or are you going to get someone, maybe a newer school head coach like Mike McDaniel, who has some experience with, these types of quarterbacks that Jalen is, working with Tua. He's probably seen a lot more crossover between the two. And honestly, I don't think Mike McDaniel would be a threat to Nick Sirianni in any way, shape, or form. I think Nick has the balls to probably tell him to sit down, be quiet, and run the offense. Like I don't see Mike McDaniel as an intimidating presence. But the other thing about it is I'm sick of hearing Jalen says he doesn't want to run. I don't want to run. I don't want to run. Well, guess what, bro? You're not an effective enough passer in order to succeed the way that you want to play football. There was a quarterback long time ago up in Washington who once upon a time said, I want to be a pocket passer. I don't want to run. I don't want to run. You know who that was?
Yes.
Yeah, his career didn't turn out even as half as good as Jalen, was it? So look, bro, I get it. You want to have a long NFL career. But even a guy like Brock Purdy, I follow the 49ers probably more closely than other teams just because my dad likes them. But even in his dire moments, bro, you'll see his little ass out there scrambling, picking up first downs. Now, I mean, that dude was, you watched
he picked up a first down tonight running through two defenders.
Yeah, I mean, that dude goes out there and has to do what he has to do. Like, there's no, I get it. You want to be healthy, but you are not as good as a pocket passer as you need to be to thrive in this league with the elites of the elites, right? So, I mean, you're going to have to face that. Now, to that point, I mean, we got some big decisions to make this offseason. I was looking at earlier because I was curious. We have 8 picks in the 2026 draft. 8.
It's not that many.
No, you're right. It's not. You're going to fix. Who are you going to sign and fix with 8 picks? I mean, to your point, the line is beat up. You got to make some sacrifices there. I don't think AJ's coming back, but if you trade AJ, what can you get? Like 2 3s, a 2 and a 3, a 2, depending on what you do. So yeah, I think this offseason is definitely going to be wild. I don't think this was Howie's best year. He traded a lot of our draft capital for bums. I mean, Jair Alexander. I think his only 2 impact players were Phillips and Bigsby, right? I mean, everyone else kind of just middle of the pack, if that.
They sent 2 picks for Bigsby. That was an over.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you know what else was? You know what else was an awful trade? No picks, but they got rid of Thomas Booker, who can stop the run, for Jordan Bennett. That dude barely hit the field this year.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And we needed defensive tackle depth.
Oh, for sure. That's the other. Yeah, and we're just talking about the starters. We haven't gotten into the lack of depth of talent we have anywhere with 8 picks, and I don't see. I mean, any guy in free agency. I mean, I guess you could try to get people, but you're not going to find a Quentin Williams guy in the back that you can just plug and play, and it looks like nothing ever missed a step. So Howie's got some decisions he's going to make. But if it was me and I was in Howie's position, I would tell Nick, look, buddy, we tried it your way. We hired your friend. He's gone. We're going to bring in a real coordinator in here. And if the quarterback doesn't want to play ball, then we'll deal with him until we have to. And then we're getting him out of here. And you're probably going to go with him, a Harbaugh situation, except, reverse because they kept Lamar.
Yeah, right.
But I mean, realistically, we'll see what happens, but I'm kind of with you. I think our Super Bowl window has closed much faster than a lot of us have anticipated.
They can still open it though. I don't think it's slam shut.
Yeah. I mean, maybe 2028.
That's a young defense, and that's a good defense.
It is, but like, who are you going to pay?
I'm paying.
Obviously,
I'm paying
Cooper
Davis right away.
Cooper, Davis, and
Cooper doesn't need to get paid yet, and neither does Davis. Needs to.
Well, I'm talking about like 2-3 years down the line. But yeah, for sure. You can't lose everyone else is expendable except for Quinion, Cooper, Carter, and Davis, in my opinion. Right? You cannot lose those 4 guys. Those guys have to be Eagles for life, whatever happens. Everyone else, we can see where it goes. But I mean, we'll see what happens. So
we'll see, brother. We'll see.
Yeah.
All right, dude. I appreciate you coming on, Josh. Thanks for supporting all year, brother, as always. Hopefully I'll talk to you in the chat. All right, man.
Yeah, brother. I'll see you.
All right, dude. Later, man. This is my boy Josh Herman. Appreciate you, Josh. Good stuff from Josh. I got Keese. I got Chris 3K riding the bench, and PB. PB, are you new? I don't know if I've ever talked to you, PB. You coming in to rage? Or you coming in? He's either going to be a jail night or he's going to rage. I'm looking forward to seeing which one. Let's go to Keese. Get this camel riding motherfucker out of the way. What up, Keese?
Talking shit.
What up,
shit.
Keith?
What's good, baby?
Man.
How you?
I'm good, man. We lose today. What'd you make of it?
Devastated, bro. Devastated. I can't even lie to you, bros. I still got my jersey on. The game been over.
Who's on that jersey?
Oh, 6. Come on, 6.
I like that.
That's my boy. That's my man.
I love
the little receivers, all the smaller receivers in the league. I love them. And you know what I'm saying? Just playing against all these giants and still, producing the way you do. I always, see the small receivers and just marvel, really. You know what I mean? But bro, oh my God. Off the rip, Lane Johnson. Lane not there. I always said, if Lane's not there, we're not winning. It just
you said that in the pregame show. When they said Lane was out, you said, fuck.
Yo, I couldn't believe it. As soon as Lane wasn't there, I tried to, still be optimistic and different things like that, but people don't understand how historic this man is, bro. He went almost 4 seasons without giving up a sack on his side. He's a different thing entirely. We drafted him number 4 overall. You know what I mean? Like, he's an athlete playing O-line. Like, it's just to not have that guy there, bro. Like, he's the anchor. And yeah, bro, like, what's that? What does that make us 3-5 on the season without Lane? Or you know what I'm saying? So it's just that's one of those things, that just it kills me that Lane wasn't there. But I will say, and I love AJ, but bro, I'm so disappointed in him. For him to be the second highest paid player on our team and to be folding like that was disgusting. It hurts me to my stomach, bro. To be dropping those passes, it was egregious. Jalen Hurts, bro, putting those passes on the money. And these people disrespecting Hurts like that, bro. He was making those passes. Smitty dropping passes. And I love Six. Bro, it's so egregious for them to do that to him. Look, he on the screen. Oh, well, he just left screen. But, bro, come on. How y'all do Jalen like bro, he put that,
What's
man.
Nick Starry ass saying up on that screen? He's not.
Who gives a damn?
Yeah.
Who gives a
damn?
fuck? Who gives a fuck? Every time I listen to Nick Sirianni, bro, my motherfucker, I die a little bit.
Oh my
This motherfucker talks about nothing. This motherfucker gives us nothing. He says nothing. I can't running down the fucking sideline yelling at. I mean, it is what it is. That's him and AJ's relationship. That's how he feels comfortable with. He feels. That's how he can talk to him. That's how he can talk to him. Regardless, bro, AJ let us down today. For you to be getting paid that much bread, bro, I think it's what, 32 a year. You're the second highest paid player on our team, bro. You got to take that much responsibility. Like it's egregious for you to be dropping those freaking passes like that, dog. You got a C on your chest. Come on, man. It's insane. And to not to talk to the media, to not stand up. You gotta talk, bro. You gotta stand. You one of the leaders on the team. Come on, bro. Like you gotta face the music.
Keith, are you Jalenite?
No, I'm not a Jalen Knight, bro. But I'm a realist and I speak the facts, bro. I'm whether it makes me look crazy or not, whether I'm wrong or right, whatever, I'm gonna speak the facts, bro. And if
I didn't know. I always thought you weren't a Jalenite. That's why I asked.
No. But listen, I love Jalen Hurts. I love him as a player. He's a great player. I always give him the credit. But I'ma also speak out against the bullshit that he does. Like, if you holding the ball too goddamn long, like, listen, we could do a good 30. If you want to do a good 30 seconds, 30, 45 seconds on Jalen Hurts bullshit, that rolling out to the fucking right, Z, what the fuck do he keep rolling out to the right to? What is over there on that sideline? Is there some money over there?
His comfort.
His girl over there or something? His wife on the right
comfort's
side of the
over
fucking
there.
field? He keep rolling over to the fucking right like his girl over there or some shit. Bitch, ain't nothing over there, dummy. Stop fucking rolling over to the right. God damn. Like, don't get me wrong. I got my gripes with that guy as a player, bro. But he put us in a great position to win this game today. I seen those passes he made. I seen some dumb shit he did, but I also seen those receivers not catching the ball and making all that money.
Keith, you look like you're gonna cry, dude. Come on, man. Stay with me here.
It just kills me, bro. Man, we had a great listen, bro. I ain't gonna hold you up, but I will say, bro, we had a great season this year. Y'all did great this year. I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all helped make my mornings, bro. And yeah, bro, we had a great season. We did, and as far as like the podcast, y'all did great and covering the game and everything, bro. I just wish
buttering me up, bro. I don't need to be
buttered. Nah, bro, I ain't buttering shit up, bro. I'm speaking the facts again. I just wish that we could get a couple more weeks, bro. Damn, I wish we could have got a couple more weeks.
I know.
Ain't nobody in this league fucking with us.
Yo, I got to come up with some off-season content to talk about, man. I'm already on the wheel, bro. I got to figure out some shit to talk. No, they gave us quite a bit. But all right, Keith.
That's true. All right,
I appreciate it, brother, man.
Yep. Good talking to you, boy. Love you, man. Have a good one.
Later, man. Love you too, brother. Appreciate you, Keith. There's my boy, Keith. Let's go to Chris 3K coming up next here in the post game. Chris, you ready for me? There he is. Chris, what's up, man? How you doing?
What it do, Zander? You got me?
I got you, man. What do you make? Eagles bounced by the Niners in round one.
Somewhere in between disappointed and when the person shows you who they are, you got to believe them. I mean,
in reference to who?
The Eagles' offense.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been that from week. You know the quote I said in week 2, bro. I mean, so to a certain extent, I mean, who's the dummy? Is it the people that kept showing us that they were bad, or the people that kept believing that they were going to be any better than what they were? I mean,
we're the dummy.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's been this since week, when I first told you the quote of the year: highs too high, lows too low. So it's been that. Just to I'm gonna take the Band-Aid off today. For the, like I said, to go directly to start with AJ. I mean, I think two things can be true. He didn't play well. There's no denying that. Definitely want to see him make those plays, but I'm gonna stand on what he said was not wrong. I don't care what anybody feels. His words directly. If anybody goes back and listens to what he said, not what they want to hear, what he actually factually said is that you can't keep relying on your defense to bail you out every week.
Right.
It's not that's what he literally said per the interview that he actually did. Not whatever people want to hear or it was about targets. I mean, obviously, does he want to make plays? Yes. But his direct quote when he was on the interview was, you can't keep relying on the defense to bail you out. And that's what we kept getting away with throughout the year. We got away with it against Buffalo, Tampa. You can just go down the line. And today, in the biggest moment, it bit you. That was the whole point of what he was trying to get at. And I think people.
Here's the thing. I agree with you. What he said was right, but now you got to make plays. If you got opportunities to make plays, you got to make those plays.
No doubt about that. Well, his play, to be honest with you, we still did pick up the first down right after that. So it wasn't the final play in the game. And mind you, this is what people do. People are so results driven that because we lost the game, they point back to that play. And he should have made the play. But we picked up a first down anyway. Exactly. And we were still moving. And if we go
same outcome on the next play by a different mean. Yeah, by a different way.
Exactly. So not defending him and not, doing what I think he's capable of doing. But I'm just saying this scapegoating thing, I just have always felt is garbage. And it's never been true because, like I said, what he was saying, the genesis of what he was getting at, it was factually correct. I don't care how he did it. Right is right, and the truth will always be the truth. I don't care how you get to it. It's always true. So that's that.
What do you think changes in the summer? You think they fire some people? You think need big sweeping? Like what do you think?
No. I don't think sweeping changes need to be made because a couple things. Obviously, Nick should be here. KP will be gone for sure. Nick shouldn't go nowhere. Jalen shouldn't go nowhere. I know people are upset in the moment, but we got to look at body of work here. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, if I told you that when we first hired Nick Sirianni and got Jalen, if we were going to be in 2 Super Bowls in 3 years and have won one already in the first 5 years of that tenure, you wouldn't say you got to blow it up after the first, you know what I'm saying? Well, not the first, but after what happened here. My thing is this, when you ask, because I heard you ask people about the window, I think it's still open because my confidence doesn't lie in where the offense is. It's that defense that I believe in and the youth that exists on that defense. So if you ask me, is the Super Bowl window open? Absolutely, because the strength is on that defense and the youth is on that defense. And me personally, I'm at the point where now Quinyon Mitchell is the best player on the Philadelphia Eagles. That's just where I'm at. He is, regardless of position, or I'll put it like the best 3 players on our team are all on defense. It's Coop, Quinyon, and Jalen Carter. Those are our 3 best players, regardless of position. If you look at output and the way they played, and obviously
because John's been talking about that too. He normally does like a ranking of the players. He said switch out of defense. Yeah.
I mean,
used to be AJ and Lane. Now it's those guys.
Well, I can't. But the way our offense is, how can I say any of those guys are playing at a high level? I can't say that. So my confidence lies in the defense, and that if they're the better unit anyway, that's where I feel like, and they're as young as they are. Our window, barring health, because health is obviously the biggest caveat. Yeah, barring health, I mean, we could be in the mix for a little bit still. You know what I'm saying? Because how young we are.
I think get cooked tonight for the first time I've seen in a long time.
He did, but hey, man. Like I said, but here's the thing. He did. But he still gave us 2 picks that if we score touchdowns on, the game is over with.
Yeah, I agree. We got 3 on his 2 picks.
Look, he's not going to hold everybody to 2 catches for 24 yards every week. But he made plays to put us in position to win. And our incompetent offense, which has been all year long, came back to bite us in the you-know-what. And all those people that were celebrating those September and October wins, and we just keep finding ways to win, congratulations. I hope, though, that 11-6 record that y'all was celebrating and that 8-2 crap, I hope y'all celebrating that because guess what? We don't get nothing for that now.
We'll see what happens, man. I appreciate you joining in all year, Chris 3K. Always good talking with you, brother. I'll tell you what, the team are in your hometown. They have a chance now. Better chance now.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about them, though. I ain't no Rams fan. But, yeah, you're right. You're right. They do got a better chance. One thing I will say, times like this will definitely always make me appreciate winning last year because you see how hard it is.
Yeah, exactly. It's so true. Very true. All right, brother. Good stuff, man. Talk to you soon, all right?
Yep.
All right, later, dude. And my boy Chris 3K joining me. Riding the bench coming up. And I got, look who showed up. 11:30 at night. I'm getting ready, 4 hours in, getting ready to wrap it up. And who shows up in the green room? Who the fuck shows up in the green room? None other than M. Reyes. I'll get to you, Reyes. Let's go to my boy, riding the bench. What's up, riding the bench? How you doing, brother? You're muted, man. You're muted. You're muted, brother. I didn't hear a word you said. You came in with a good entrance, and I didn't get any of it.
My fault. That's my bad.
You're good, man. What's going on, brother?
Oh, we're all right. We're all right now. We're all right. We've calmed down. We're tranquilo. How are we doing?
I'm good, man. What do you make of this whole thing, man? What do you make of this whole thing?
I mean, sure, disappointed, but I think like everybody has come to the conclusion it's who we've been all year.
Yeah, it is.
You know what I mean? I think this was just one of those games where you look, and honestly, like I felt a little bit of a different inkling in this game right when like that trick play happened with San Francisco, and then they panned to Sirianni's face, and you saw his like demeanor just changed. I was like, oh, that's when it's like they have no faith. Like he doesn't have faith that they were going to overcome that. You know what I mean? And like you saw everybody on the team just they looked flat. The defense played with some pride, and I just thought like they just looked dejected.
That offense had no faith in
no
each
juice.
other. Forget
no juice
for a second. They had no faith in each other this whole year.
Agreed. It was like you said, it was just a collection of individuals on offense, and then the defense was the backbone of this team. That just is what it is, though. At this point, so.
What kind of changes do you think are coming, if any?
Not much. I mean, you're not changing the quarterback. You're not changing the head coach. And I think it would be too much of a panic move to do all those things in the grand scheme of it, right? Like most organizations won't do that after this 5-year stretch that they've had. And again, the most teams I think look at football and the way they evaluate their teams in like time frames. And I think in a 5-year span, overall, this team has been successful. But it's not a poor take to have a reactionary feeling of like you got to overhaul freaking, this head coach and like make a change.
They're not going to do that.
They're not doing that though. They're not going to do that.
But weirdly, I think Nick Sirianni's going to have a little bit of a hot seat next year. Not saying hot to the point where he'd get fired, but like, all right, Nick, like
it was warm after last season and we won the Super Bowl.
That seat's always warm.
Yeah, man, that seat's always warm in Philadelphia. But part of it's because the guy's the guy's a bit of a dingus. Like I don't know what else to say other than like, you know what I mean? Like I know we talk about the quarterback being limited and stuff, but like the head coach is also limited. You know what I mean? Like we like to rip the quarterback and say he doesn't have this skill set, but like what exactly is the skill set of Sirianni at this point? All the things that like, we praise this team to be, it's all because of roster construction and ability and talent of these players. But like, we want the quarterback to elevate the offense, but it's not like the coach is necessarily doing that either. Right. So, but again, the track record is the track record, like everybody else has said previously, and they say it better than I do. 2 bowls in the last 3 years, 1 win, like that is a good track record. I think a majority of teams would kill for that type of success. So it sucks that you lost today, and it's going to be a very, very fun and interesting offseason because there's definitely a lot of things that's going to be talked about. But I think there's just going to be a lot more changes in terms of the roster. Like I think 3 of the 5 offensive linemen are probably going to be up in the air with Landon, Cam, Lane Johnson. People wanted to replace Tyler Steen. I don't know if you're going to want to replace him now.
No,
you know what I mean?
I think Landon and Cam are getting replaced. I just don't think they're that good anymore.
Right, but well, now you're going to have to find something, right? Like if they're taking a back step, like all of a sudden you got to have a contingency plan there. And on defense, there's chickens are going to come home roost. You got to pay some of these guys. And then what you do with AJ, I don't know what you do with AJ at this point. What do you do with Dallas? I don't know what you do with Dallas at this point. I would try my best to bring some of these guys back, but financials are financials, man. And while it's not my paybook, while it's not my money book, it's not, you know what I mean? Like it's just they're gonna have to answer a lot of questions here. And I don't know what you're gonna do in the draft per se, because
me neither.
Yeah, it's
that's a whole can of worms I'm not ready to open yet.
I'm not ready there. I'm not going there yet.
Yeah, I'll get there. I can't get there yet.
I'm about to say right now we have to just like sit in this and just let it kind of let it marinate a little bit.
Quick, though. I'm sure that'll come quick. So
yeah.
All right, brother. I appreciate you joining in all year, man. It's always good talking with you. Sorry, and it sucks the season didn't end the way we wanted it to, but be back to do it again next year, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's right, man. We'll talk to you soon, bro.
Right,
Take care.
Brother. Appreciate you, brother. There's my boy right on the bench. Appreciate him. PB, you ready for me, brother? This dude got PB. I got a white guy and a shiesty. Is that right? I don't know if I'm looking at this correctly. Let me go to PB. PB, what's up, brother?
How you doing, man?
You got a shiesty on or what?
I just got done walking my dog. I live in South Jersey, so it's a little chilly for my liking.
Cool. Yeah, thanks for joining in. First time talking with you. Appreciate you being here. What do you make of the fact that the Eagles were eliminated today by the 49ers in round one?
So you've been asking for the Jalenites, and you can see by the sweatshirt. It's a little dark.
Oh, dude, that's worse. That's worse than the jersey.
I got the
Hurts shirt on.
I do. But I'm a realistic Jalenite. I'm not a delusional Jalenite. There's a difference. So my whole thing is my attention is not on AJ. It's not on KP. It's not on Hurts. My attention is on the creator of the prevent offense in Nick Sirianni.
Okay.
And 21, that was his first year. I give him a pass for that because he was a rookie head coach. 22 was great. 23 is where I have some problems. So they went into that downslide. They lost, 6 out of their last 7, I think it was, in 23. He had absolutely no answers. And then last year was amazing. And this year, again, it just felt like he had no answers. And I was watching tonight just thinking, this was the same offense all year. They didn't get better at all. Like watching tonight, comparing to their opener against Dallas, it was the same concerns I had all year. And I fought my gut and thought, oh, they have Super Bowl experience. They'll turn it on when they get into the playoffs. And I just knew after that first drive when Q got cooked, which was crazy to see too, because I hadn't seen that all year. Yeah. Didn't think that was possible. So I'm at a point now where I want to see what Jalen looks like with someone else in control.
And
I don't think
if it's not better, will you rescind your membership to the Jalen?
I'm an Eagles fan first. I love Jalen. I love what he's done for us, but that's what I want to see because it'll answer all the questions. I want to see because I think about Jalen's rookie year. Now, granted, they don't have tape on him in the NFL. He ran a lot of the same stuff Carson ran. I don't know if you're like when I was confident.
I remember it well. I remember that Cardinal game. He threw the ball
Cardinals game. Yeah. The Cardinals game. I was like, all right, I think we got something with this kid. So I've seen him run a pro style offense. This is like a prevent. This shit's crazy. So that's what I want to see. I don't think Jeffrey will do it because, like you were saying before, Nick knows how to maneuver the front office. Like he won't put his foot down like Doug did. But I was kind of hoping that he'd put his foot down for KP. And Jeffrey tell him, all right, take a walk. It's obviously not going to happen, but that's what I would like to see. So maybe they tell Nick to get back in the sandbox, your hands off the offense, and bring someone else in here to run it. So that's what I would like to see. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, I think that's fair. We'll see what happens with it. But
yeah, no more fighting my gut either. I fought my gut all year on this team. I just. Like it was right in front of our faces. And you piss me off sometimes because I watch you in the morning, but then
you're one of the idiots that made me change up. I was always fucking right.
You were. I'll give you that. You were right. But that's like the fan in us because I know you're a fan, and I was kind of the same way.
I'm buying in. I'm like, you know what? People are right. Yeah. I'm too miserable. I gotta just enjoy the ride. Yeah, here we go.
Like I watched your pregame thing, and I was like, damn, this might be the most positive I've watched because I watch like the mornings with you and John. I'm not I watch Sills a little bit. He's a little too crazy for me sometimes with some of the takes, but I watched your pregame, and I just said, holy shit, this might be the most positive I've seen Zander all year because like Jalen deserved the benefit of the doubt with how he's played, but that was my one issue. I need you to rise, dude, in games like this. He didn't play bad. He didn't play good. It was just
medium. You can't.
Yes.
I don't need medium.
Yes. That's why I'm saying I'm an honest Jalenite.
All right.
So that's just where I'm at, man. But it was
are
good
you
to talk
sharing your name in the chat so I know who you are? Because I don't know who you are in the chat. Or do you not comment in the chat?
I don't really comment much in the chat.
Fine.
Sometimes every once in a while. But yeah, my first name's just Patrick. So
all right, cool. All right, Patrick.
I got you, man. All right, Zander. Have a good night, man.
You too, man. Thanks for joining in.
Yes, sir.
Later, dude. There's my boy PB, Patrick. Thanks, Patrick. Appreciate it. Good commentary from my boy Patrick. He's got the Run Hurts sweatshirt. Or Love Hurts, whatever the hell. By the way, does anybody know what the hell that means? What does Love Hurts mean? Is it just a play on of the Philadelphia thing? Is that all it is? I don't even know what Love Hurts. Love Hurts. What are you writing me a letter? How about deliver the ball to AJ? That's good. Let's go to M. Reyes. I saved this dude for the end. Oh man, Reyes, you still got the jersey on.
I said we were going to repeat. My bad. I don't know what else to say. Yeah,
hey, look, that's all right, man. I mean, look, it's hard to repeat. But what did you make of the loss? What are your takeaways? I'm not here to badger you. I'm not here to badger you. But the Eagles did get bounced in round one. They didn't look too good, man. And I'm curious what your takeaways are.
It was the same pitfalls that kind of just plagued us the entire season, and we well, something we hadn't seen just recently. We played down to the 49ers. We shouldn't have done that. And I think we took our foot off the gas in a sense, but gosh, man, we had some crucial drops. We had some crucial penalties, and it really, it was one of those things for me. Like if it was going to come down to a field goal, their field goal kickers pretty damn good, and Jake hasn't been consistent all year. So I mean, it was.
I'm like done with the Jake Elliott experiment. Like, all right, goodbye, dude. Like, holy shit.
Yeah. It was frustrating, and then I think AJ got into his head, that was a mental breakdown, if anything. Just from a sports perspective, I think he got into his head, and he wasn't able to recover. He didn't bounce back, and I think it kind of resonated on different parts of the whole scheme. So I don't know. It was just it was frustrating to watch, and the defense did what they could. I mean, you get those turnovers and shit, and you got to capitalize on that.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they tried, but ultimately the offense came up short race. And your guy Hurts, and I don't think it's all him, but I think it's a lot him. He's the leader of that offense. They didn't come up. They didn't do what they needed to do this year. What kind of changes do you think should happen, or maybe none? I don't know. I mean, you are the Eagle, the ultimate Eagle homeboy, man. Maybe you're just like Nick is still the GOAT. Kevin Patullo's great. Jalen is great. Run it back.
I was really, really, defending Patullo, trying to put it down to execution and stuff. But I mean, there's parts of the season where it's, I've been on the fence about it. Just kind of like, I took a jog after the game to kind of put my thoughts together and stuff. And it was, why am I defending Patullo when it's his job to put together the scheme? Okay, maybe we have some injuries on the O-line. Well, let's put together some plays that get the ball out of there a lot faster. Let's put something a little bit different together. And he failed to do that all season. And we were hoping to really open up the playbook, and things were supposed to open up and be really great, but it never happened. And I mean, Saquon, gosh, you want to, he had a really good game. I'm not even gonna give him shit. He had a pretty decent game, and there's just other parts where we just didn't capitalize. And I guess as far as changes, I mean, we're gonna probably have to get rid of Patullo, and I think there's gonna be a lot of personnel changes. I think it's probably there's gonna be somebody that wants to pick up AJ, and
oh yeah,
and so just thinking about that, there's a lot of interesting people in the draft that we could probably maybe use, but there's also some other trade bait that we can probably pick up, and it's one of those things. I'm not too concerned about it. I trust Howie. I'm not like
Reyes, blind faith. No matter what they do, I will love it.
No, and but the thing is, it's very there's a. I feel like there was this haze all season about what's the problem, but I feel what are we going to do about it this offseason? I think it's going to be we're going to address a lot of things, and probably make a lot of interesting moves as far as I guess not re-signing players necessarily, people that were picked up by us and stuff like that. But I don't know. yeah, we gotta trust what they have for us in the offseason. And I feel like we're gonna make the right choices.
I'm sure you do.
You can't.
Are you wearing a Niners shirt on under that jersey? Don't tell me you're a front runner. Did you become an Eagles fan last year? Is that what happened?
No, this is like the only long sleeve I got. This is
I'm just messing with you. I know you're not.
It's like a chicken leg, and yeah.
There you go. All right, Reyes, good stuff, man. Always good talking with you. Appreciate it, brother, and we'll see what happens. All right.
Yeah, man. Y'all gotta just stay optimistic, keep your chin up, and don't let Sileo get you down. You know, he's gonna come at us all off season, and you know what? We gotta just grin and bear it.
He's gonna badger you, rightfully so.
Yeah, but you know what? We're gonna bounce back from this, and then it's back to Flynasty. We're gonna build this dynasty, and it's gonna come together.
Flynasty, is that your new word for it?
Yeah. Dynasties weren't built overnight.
So it's a Flynasty. It's a fake dynasty. Is that what that means?
No, it's a dynasty that flies. So it's
a flailing dynasty. All right, brother. Appreciate you, man.
Have a good night. You take care.
You later, dude. There's M. Reyes. Appreciate you, Reyes. Appreciate you, Reyes. Appreciate you, everybody listening. All right. It's been a good show. You know, it's been a good season. It's been a good season. It hasn't really been a good season, though, if we're being honest. I mean, let's be honest. This season was kind of miserable, really ugly football, unsettling, unexciting, no confidence in the season for most of the year. I think most people felt that way. Uninspired is a good word, Reyes. Appreciate that word. Uninspired. It's a good word. Just wasn't like a good torture. Fucking torture. Underwhelming, another good word. I'll go Curtis's. I like to be extreme, you know. I'll go with Curtis. Fucking torture. I'll leave the gray area words for the others. Effing torture. Curtis, I like that one. Then we get the walkout. Walkout, thanks for the super, brother. He says, can you imagine the discussion going on between Howie and Lurie tonight? By the way, Nick is condescending and patronizing in his. Yes, he always has been. He's got this holier than thou mentality, walkout, where like he thinks his shit doesn't stink. Nick, shut the fuck up. JAKIB is the best, by the way. AMDG, walkout. Are you a prep guy? Can anybody in the chat, Bill, not you, can anybody in the chat tell me what AMDG means? Can anybody tell me what AMDG means? Don't look it up, nerds. Can anybody tell me what that means? That's a great acronym for a great phrase. I'm assuming nobody in the chat will get it. Jesuit High School. Okay, all right, Walkout. Love it. AMDG. Ad Maiorem Dei Gloriam. For the greater glory of God, baby. Woo! Great freaking chat. Let me make sure I get the rest of your chat. Can you imagine that? Yeah, you know, between Howie and Jeffrey, I do wonder. You know, I do wonder what that combo is like. Like, we talk about what the offense is. Like, Jalen, Kevin, Nick. Like, what did Howie and Jeffrey say? Well, what is it to them? What is it to them? You know? This Eagles offense has been a disgrace. Is Underdog in the chat fighting? Underdog, I was hoping you joined the post-game night. Akbar, I was hoping you joined too. I haven't talked to my boy Akbeezy for season in a long time. Akbar, I know you're working, man. I know you're working hard, as always. Well done by you, brother. Give me 1 sec, guys. I got to do a little production, and then I'll say my final thoughts on the show tonight, and we'll wrap it up and get out of Dodge. 11:56. We went to midnight. Always good to do that. Appreciate everybody for listening in, as always. Definitely not a fun season. You know, really not. Just wasn't a fun season. I fell asleep. Act busy, good shit. Appreciate you. Steven, we needed Steven tonight. We needed Steven D'Angelo tonight. Here's Pumper. I pity the traitorous community who practices the Book of Hurts, known as Al-Quifta. Oh, gosh. Zander, we got to cleanse this fan base. Pumper, I'm sure you'll be trying to do it, man. Here's 49er. What up, Z? Yo, 49er, good win for you guys, man. Got to tip the cap. Good coaching performance. Dominated our football team. Great defensive performance by a depleted team that really had none of their star players left. And the better team won. The better team won. Underdog says, Xander, it's the same old nonsense. 3 and outs killed us. It never should have came down to the last drive. Agreed, Underdog. All right. Akbar should close it out. Oh, man, Ray is catching some strays. Nah, Chuck, I got to go to bed. I got a show in the morning. I've been on for how long? 4 hours, 10. Not too bad. Not too bad. All right, let me see. I set up the set this up in a J-Mack. All right, that's all set now. But all right, man, my final thoughts on tonight is I think there's a small chance, not a big chance, but there's a small chance that the changes are bigger than people think. It's small, but there is a small chance that the owner is just like, I can't with this offense anymore. Like the owner, for anybody who knows the owner's history, the dude likes offense, to say the least. So, you know, there's a small chance, I would say, and there's a big chance the coordinators changed and, you know, not that much changes. You know, I don't hate Jalen Hurts as much as some do, but I also don't need to sit here and try and vouch for the guy. I watched him in college at Alabama, at my favorite college. We were at college together at the same time. The problems for the team in Alabama 8 years ago are the same exact problems that the Eagles offense has. The same ones. I kid you not. They could run the ball. They could play great defense. They couldn't move the ball consistently through the air. So this is kind of Jalen's game. He's got a lot of good to him. I like what somebody said earlier, you know. Take your pick. Do you want the gamer? Who, you know, but gamer, I said gamer. He wasn't a gamer today. Where was that today? You know, or do you want the pass happy guy that has turnovers? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't know. If I knew the right answer, maybe I'd be making millions of dollars in the front office. You know, I don't freaking know. All right. But I know that this offense is largely Jalen Hurts. It's not, I don't think Kevin Patullo did a good job. I don't think Nick Sirianni's done a good job. But at the end of the day, I mean, you know, this is the Jalen Hurts offense. They struggle to run the ball or throw the ball consistently. They rely on the run. They rely on great defense. And eventually you wonder what the owner thinks or where they go. I don't know. I don't have that answer. We will find out. I do appreciate everybody for tuning in all year, man. Don't worry. We're going to have tons of content, so don't go anywhere. But the season, the 2025 season has come to an end. You know that? Has anybody heard that real noise on like Instagram? And people were doing that at the New Year's Eve or something. They put the noise on all the reels. And with that, the 2025 season has come to an end. There you go. I hear that right now in my head for the Eagles season. And with that, the 2025 season has come to an end. So the Eagles are done and dusted. The offense always sucked. I know it. You know it. Anybody listening always knew it. My Uncle Frank knew it. And all of you knew it. Okay? That's the reality. It's the fucking reality. It's an unfortunate reality, but it's the reality. And Keith says Cancun. Yeah, Keith, the only problem is, you know, at least all the players got cash in the till, man. You know, they're heading to Cancun. Me and you are going to work. I got work to do, Keith. I got money to make. Shady went ham on Hurts. Did he really? Uncle Frank. My Uncle Frank was always right at Thanksgiving. He said, that team ain't going anywhere. That quarterback stay. That's what my Uncle Frank said. Oh, I'm sad football season's over. I really love football season. Like, it's like the best. Cancun, I'm in the office tomorrow, 8 a.m. I'll be live 8 a.m., brother. Join in. Listen in. Football season is the best time. You know, I'm not a movie guy. I'm not a TV show. You know what I'm gonna do, guys? I'm just gonna rewatch Sopranos. Maybe run back Lord of the Rings. Probably read. I'm gonna do a lot of reading. I've been reading a lot I've been reading mobster books. It's fire. So I'm probably going to Steven, what are you taking shots at me now because I chirped you earlier? Steven, Steven, you were just saying they got a liberal culture, weren't you, Steven Papara? Now you're fucking chirping again. You're a liberal. You're crying like a little bitch. All right, I gotta go. I'm getting delirious. Love all you guys. See you next time, everybody.
EAGLES. Eagles.